The king may rule over land and sea. The lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Gone so quiet now, no birds sing in the dawn. The creek still winds through ancient stone, but everyone is gone. I walk the ridge where I was born and call into the sky, but only echoes answer me, and I don't know why. There's sorrow in the snow tonight, there's fear beneath the trees. The mountain holds its breath for us and trembles in the breeze. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? Speak of me in hard words now, as if I have no name, as if my heart is not a heart, as if I feel no pain. But I have loved our country well, the grass is rain and stone. I carried life across these hills and never walked alone. My mother's breath is in this wind, my father's in this ground. The bloodline of the mountain horse still echoes all around. Why am I so alone? Why in have known. What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why? To the gentle always cry. I remember my mother's shadow moving softly through the snow. I remember running beside her where the mountain rivers flow. Now I call into the silence and only echoes reply. The wind knows where they've gone, but she won't tell me why. The valley wears a heavy grief, the stars seem far away. Every sound upon the mountain makes me fear another day. I never wanted anything but to stay where I belong. I only knew the ancient pathways, the rivers and the songs. And if you walk these mountains with me, you might understand the love a heart can carry for both family and land. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? Country, keep my family near, hold them safely in your light. If they wander through the darkness, guide them gently through the night. And if one heart still remembers, if one voice still sings our song, then perhaps we're not forgotten, and perhaps we still belong.
Good evening and welcome to our very first Monday Muster.
Thank you all for joining us. It's a very exciting evening.
It is a very exciting evening, isn't it? So this is our first show, Monday, 7 o'clock every week. We're going to be doing a bit of a roundup with Belinda. Belinda's my co-host on this. Sometimes it might be me, sometimes it might be both of us, sometimes it might just be Belinda because we've all got stuff to do. But anyway, you're going to get one of us every week on us at 7 o'clock with the Monday Muster. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Rachael Macdonald. You may have seen some of our interviews before with Mike. Belinda, I think you've also done a few interviews with Mike.
I've had the privilege of being on the show before, and even more privilege now being allowed to host my own position here once a week.
It's great.
I'm sure a lot of you do know me. I have been around for a while. I have been invested in this Brumby saga for quite a few years now, and I love the fact that we now have a voice to express how we're feeling, perhaps bring up topics that haven't been addressed before, and just to keep you all informed of what's going on.
That's exactly what we need to do, Belinda. So let's have a little bit of an introduction about what we're going to talk about on a weekly basis. We are perfectly imperfect, I should say, so we aren't going to have a perfectly polished scripted show. We are going to roll with it. We're going to have a few guest speakers. We're going to talk about sometimes things that might be controversial. We're going to talk about things that hopefully give us some laughs and maybe some tears along the way. But we want the Monday Muster to be a conversation, sometimes serious, sometimes not so serious. So let's get into it with an introduction. Belinda, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
How did you come into the Brumbies first in your life? Was there one particular horse, or was there a moment that started it all for you with regards to Brumbies?
What truly started this for me was that day in October 2023 when Penny Sharp stood in front of the cameras with a smug and self-satisfied look on her face and said that she had no other choice but to start shooting horses from helicopters again. Now, my heart went straight back to how I'd felt not long before I was married. I was preparing to be married. I was getting ready for an engagement when the news broke on Guy Fawkes. And it put me into a place that I thought I'd never be in again, because this was finished in New South Wales. This was never going to happen again. And that was the moment for Brumbies. So I had always been on the periphery. I have had horses my whole life. I have bred horses, I've shown horses, I've helped other people with their horses, I have worked as a stable hand when I was at high school. I have done all of those things, but Brumbies were always something that were there and were amazing and were beautiful and were, separated from me living in Sydney. There was no Brumbies in Sydney. It was a 6-hour drive down to Kosciuszko. You had a life. I didn't get to see those things on a regular basis. But this has opened up a whole new world for me now, because while on the one hand we have this awful thing that we're fighting and this government that isn't prepared to listen, I have met a plethora of wonderful people who are doing so much good work, and now I also have the horses in my life. So I still have some of my own horses, but I've also introduced the Brumbies into that environment as well, and they are very different.
They certainly are. So what do you think that a Brumby brings that people don't understand until they actually have been able to spend time with a Brumby? I've got Brumbies myself, and I know you've got Brumbies, but they are very special creatures. What do you think that you get out of it and people don't understand about the Brumby?
Well, I think subtlety is a word that keeps coming back to me. Brumbies speak a language that is the same as a domestic horse, but so worldly different. They're such subtle creatures. I've been amazed with how easy it's been when I've taken horses and put them into an alien environment for them. Bring them into a round yard, introduce them to all sorts of different things, like even something as simple as a feed dish or a water dish. And
Yep.
they're so inquisitive, so incredibly able to learn. They pick up on body cues so easily, and I can speak their language when I'm working with them so much more effectively than I can with, a domestic horse that is sort of, maybe a little bit dulled to that natural energy and that natural language that the Brumbies speak. And I've seen that when they're actually together. The way my domestic horses speak to them is almost like the difference between, a sledgehammer and, an artist's brush. The domestic horses are so much more forceful in the way they do everything and their language, whereas the Brumbies, just a flick of an ear or the twitch of an eye, and you see the signal is given to you straight away as to what they're going to do. So,
The word you said, they're subtle. They are, in my experience as well, very subtle in their cues. You have to listen, but they listen to you intently, and it's very subtle. It's like you said, it's very different to our domestic horses. And I, like you, have had horses since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, which is one of the quotes that I've said there previously. You've seen a lot happen in the Brumby world, Belinda. What keeps you fighting for them when things get difficult?
Well, while there's still one horse to fight for, that's still worth it. You know, I love horses from the bottom of my soul. I can't do anything else. I can't accept the people that come on and say they're just feral animals and they need to be shot. I can't accept that. I don't accept it. I will continue to fight for them. If, you know, each time we have a setback, you pick yourself up, you go and you cry and you say all sorts of things and you worry, and then you pick yourself up and you say, okay, well, what's next? Where's our next step? Who do I write to this time? Who do I speak to? What's our avenue? And I think the last, you know, 3 or 4 months has been so much better than what it was 3 years ago. You know, 3 years ago, you didn't see anything in the media. You got no's from everyone you spoke to, but now you're starting to get the yeses. Now you're starting to see people engaging with you from, you know, across Australia and around the world. And that's a really positive thing. So it doesn't matter how many horses there are now. Doesn't matter if there's 1, 50, 100. You fight for them and you keep going.
That's exactly what we do. We keep fighting. We'd love them all to stay in the park, in the Oscar National Park, in every national park, but that's a way to go yet. Some great movement today.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important topic. You know, I know that all of us would like the horses to be in the park, and that is our goal. You know, I know that there is, you know, legal action on a number of fronts that are trying to stop the culling or the shooting. There is the petition still with part for the upper house that is still open. It closes on the 4th of September. So that is still gaining signatures, and it's up over 27,000 last time I looked. So we still have all those things in the pipeline that tell us there's a chance that the horses may be able to stay there and they may be left alone. But if that doesn't happen, if that's not possible, then we need to have all the people that are supporting rehoming ready to take more horses and ready to give them the opportunity to have a fulfilling life in a different place.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. But my next question for you, Belinda, is there a Brumby that has stolen your heart?
I have 2 at the moment. I have 2 that have stolen my heart at the moment. I have two babies. They're a little over a yearling, probably officially 2 at the moment. I'm not quite sure. We don't have a birth date, but they are amazing. I have Firefly and Lily, and they are from the Northern Territory, and they came into my life in January of this year, and we have just been working together, you know, on a daily basis. They're both very different. They're, you know, we have the colt and the filly, and Lily is a firecracker. I can't separate the 2 as to who's going to be my favourite, sorry, because they're both so very different. Yeah. So Lily is your typical redhead, and she is very quick to tell you if you're invading her privacy. She's very quick to let you know that she's happy with what you're offering. She's brave, so brave. You know, I had a mattress on the ground the other day. We were doing some stretches and things before I was having a lesson, and you know, most horses, they're not going to walk up to a big foam mattress on the ground, but no, she rocked straight up and, you know, what's this on the ground, and bent down and sniffed it, and then I picked it up, and this big thing, you know, 6 foot long foam mattress lifted up in front of her. She's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'm interested. Can I eat it? And then you have Firefly. And Firefly does everything at a walk. So he'll be down the back of the paddock, like way down, and all the horses have come running up because dinner time, but he will just walk. He will walk the whole way until he gets there. And that's how his training's been. Everything is at a walk. So we just take things one step at a time. And he is lovely. He comes over, he'll put your head right up against your chest. He will, you know, see what you've got in your hands. He'll sniff you, see what smells are on you today, and it's just, he's completely different. So they're both stolen my heart.
You're allowed to have more than one.
Yeah.
I've got many Brumbies here, and I don't think I could pick a single Brumby that has stolen my heart, because they are all so very different. But something to note here in this conversation is that Brumbies are right across Australia. We don't just have Brumbies in the high country of Victoria or the high country of New South Wales. There are Brumbies all across Australia. So both Belinda and I have Northern Territory Brumbies here as part of New Dawn.
That's correct. No, we have Brumbies right across Australia, and we talk about the aerial culling in New South Wales. Now, that was something that had been, outlawed effectively in the early part of this century. Been and that for me was close to home. But at the same time, we were seeing this happening in Victoria. We were seeing this happen in the Northern Territory. Talking about it in Western Australia. Perhaps other people could fill me in on the status with South Australia. I know that it occurs in Queensland. We would like to see this stopped across the country, but I want to start with New South Wales, where I live, because where else do you start but your own backyard? But the horses that we have across this country are amazing, and they're all very different.
Yes, exactly. They have, but they still have the same.
Your turn, though, Maz. I need to start asking you a few questions.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you? Where did your journey begin with Brumbies?
Well, my journey began about 6 years ago when I took in my first orphan foal, a Brumby foal that somebody posted on Facebook that they could not look after, and I, being me, said, yeah, I can do that. My motto is never say no. Sometimes that bites me in the backside, but I said, yeah, I can do that. I've been around horses my whole life, just like you. I've bred, trained, raced, broken in, shown, and I have a silly amount of horses. I think I've got 18 of my own horses now, and that's not including the Brumbies that are here on Sanctuary. So for me, the Brumbies started with this little baby who needed help, and she was 3 days old when she came to me, and it took a lot, but their intelligence, their love, their trust was just something well and truly beyond the domestic horses that I've been around my whole life. I was riding up in the mountains often and seeing the Brumbies before this, but having my own Brumby, and I think isn't it every little girl's dream to have a Brumby? It certainly was mine. When the Brumby running back in the 80s was still a thing, I always wanted to have a Brumby. And all of these people in my life said, I'll get you a Brumby, Rachel, I'll get you a Brumby. Well, it never occurred until I was in my, I'm not going to say how old I am, but not long ago. And to have this little being, this amazingly special, intelligent, trusting, tough, oh my gosh, they're tough. When I have to do my domestic horses' feet, which is normally on a 6 to 8 week cycle, the Brumbies, even though they're not running over the high country anymore here on my property, they still don't have to have their feet done as often as a domestic horse. They are just tough animals with such a huge heart. I think they've got a heart bigger than Barlat myself. They probably couldn't race as fast as him, but they've got a bigger heart than him. So that's where my journey started, was with my little baby horse called Clancy. Clancy with an E, so it's a girl, and I chose Clancy because it's Clancy of the Overflow, and she came out of the Snowy Mountains. So there's a bit of a story to that and to her. But getting up every hour, because she wasn't too bad when she came to me.
I was going to ask you what the schedule is for feeding a foal, because I've fed lambs and goats and all sorts of other babies, but never a foal, and I know it's pretty hectic.
It is. So I'm lucky that I've got a gooseneck or caravan with a bush float on the back of it, so I can actually sleep with them. and
Yeah.
get up on a regular basis. But when they're really, really little, it's at least every hour. Sometimes it's more. With our latest baby, Lena, she was very, very tiny and she didn't get the colostrum off her mother. So we needed to give her a plasma transfusion, and she needed to be looked after, kept warm, and fed little bits to get her energy back up. So she was every half an hour for a good week, and then I could stretch it out to an hour. But it's every hour, but 24 hours a day when you're talking about bringing up a baby foal.
Oh, it's an incredibly big commitment.
Oh, it certainly is. And then once they get to about the 4-week-old mark, then you can stretch it out so that you could do a 6-hour stint of a nighttime and actually have a sleep. I think we've lost. Oh no, you're back. So you can stretch it out of a nighttime once they get to about a month old, where you can have a sleep overnight for about 6 hours, but then during the day it's still every hour. Baby Lena right now, she's 5 months old, and I still give her 8 bottles a day.
Yeah. Because you have a few there at the moment. You have 4, I think.
Yeah, we've got 4 bottle babies.
And they're all slightly different stages, so a few weeks apart each.
They were, yes, they were. So some of them were a couple of weeks off their mum before they were found, and they've all got different stories, but we can talk about their stories at another time. Excited. But they've all got different stories and different journeys. But baby Lena, she was 24 hours old when I got her. Little Clancy was 3 days old when I got her, and that was what started my journey with the Brumbies. Not only, well, my own journey, I suppose, with the Brumbies, because we would ride up at the park a lot, and we'd look at the Brumbies. They never came close. We'd sometimes have Brumbies come through the camp, but they were always at a distance. But yeah, my personal journey with Brumbies started a few years ago now with Clancy.
Yeah. Did you realise that just helping with individual horses wasn't enough and something bigger was going to be needed?
Well, funny you should ask that, because I actually had a conversation with a few people because I was doing my will. Now, this might be a little bit morbid for some people, but you have to look after the animals that you've got in your care.
Yeah.
And I was doing my will, and I thought, what am I going to do with these horses? And I had a few discussions with different people in the Brumby world, and I decided that I could do more than just will my horses into a sanctuary. I could become a sanctuary.
Yeah.
So I did. So that's what I've started now with New Dawn. And New Dawn is an amazing organisation that Brumbies stay in sanctuary for life. We don't rehome. We take on a lot of horses that maybe don't in the domestic space, and sometimes Brumbies don't. They don't.
How do you feel those newborn, those new babies that have to do with people? How are they different to those ones that have come in, perhaps from different situations that were appropriate?
Well, they don't have the trust issues that some of the older horses do, but in saying that, they are still very, very one person or two people orientated. So my babies, of course, so for them, I'm their world, and if somebody else comes in, baby Lena's a different story, because I take her in the house, I open the kitchen door, she comes into the house.
Well, you see little kids too.
Don't tell my husband. But some of the others who are a little bit older are not quite so people orientated. But the bigger, older horses that come in, they've got some trauma that they're working through, and that that may be because of the trapping, it may be because they've been chased by helicopters, it may be because of the trucking. There's a whole range of reasons why these horses come into a situation in a domestic space and they're not suited to what somebody thinks a horse should be. And this is part of what I want to do with our program, is to try and educate people around what a Brumby is and how you can make the best life for the Brumby.
Mm. Mm. There we go. Is Rachel back?
Oh, did I go away?
Yeah, I think you glitched for a minute there.
Oh, okay. So I'll just keep going. Technology, we love it, don't we? But there are times where they just don't fit into domestic life, and a sanctuary like New Dawn can help. And there are other sanctuaries that do this as well. But with New Dawn, we try and make these horses fit in where they want to fit. You know, some of these horses just need to be left in a paddock. You've still got to bring them in to have care. They've still got to come in and have food. They've still got to have hoof care, vet care, but under their terms is what we need to do, and that's what we're there for.
Yeah, no, that's right. There's always going to be horses that don't, or we really shouldn't consider making them fit into a normal domestic situation. But regardless, they do. Once we take responsibility for them, they have to have all of those things you just mentioned. It's not a case of getting a Brumby and putting it in a paddock and expecting that that's the end of the story.
That's right. That's exactly
where it's minimal. You might be lucky and you can just put them out and they may need very little interaction, but they're still going to need, all the basic vet care that you would give a domestic horse, regular worming, skin care, various other things. They're going to need hoof care, like you say, if they're not wearing their feet down as much as they need to. And they're going to need supplementary feeding. You can't let them drop weight in winter like they do in the park, because it's not appropriate in a domestic environment. You have to adhere to the laws around that.
No,
so
that's
exactly. It's very important that you make that distinction.
Yeah, so we still have legislation that we need to look after, well, that we need to be aware of, I should say, in regards to the care for these horses once they end up anywhere, be on sanctuary, whether it be in a private paddock. There's still legislation that we need to, and I'm one of those people that like law. We need to make sure that these animals are cared for appropriately within their own boundaries. So we've put boundaries around them in regards to fencing. We've put boundaries around them in regards to, you've got to come up for feed, you've got to come up for, and you've got to interact somewhat with a human, but we still try to do that with respect to the horse and their boundaries. So it's a coming together of boundaries, really.
Exactly. Is there one particular Brumby that has changed you?
Oh, now that's a very hard question, like I asked you.
It's very hard to narrow it down.
It is. And again, I can't choose. I'm going to have to say there's two. So the first one was Clancy. Clancy was the baby that I was competing heavily with my other horses, going to shows and the like. When Clancy arrived in my care, so she would come along. Everywhere I went, she would go. And people loved her. Horses freaked out about her because Brumbies have a different smell as well. So other horses just don't understand what they're facing, especially little ones like babies. But she would come everywhere with me. And the horses that I was then competing around eventually got used to Clancy being walked around between them and in the yards and winning at night, and all of the kids, especially the girls, the little girls, would come and feed her the bottles. So that took a load off me, of course, except 2, 3 and 4 o'clock feeds. But so she made a massive impact, or had a massive impact on my life. And now my baby Lena, baby Lena, or Bubbalina, Bubbalina as I call her, because she was very, very weak, very sick, and we, as New Dawn, we were very reluctant to try and, well, not to try, but we were reluctant to put her out there because we didn't know whether she was going to survive.
It was very touch and go for a while, I know that.
It was very touch and go, but we needed support from the community to help her get the help she needed. So we made the decision to put it out there, and she was such a tiny, tiny baby. I could pick her up. She was about the size of a kelpie when we first got her, and I didn't even need the horse float to cart her around. I used to just stick her in the back seat of the ram. Because she was so
a lot more robust than that when I saw her the other week.
Oh my gosh, but she still comes into the house.
Yeah.
I open the door and she lets me know when she wants the bottle. Tried to get onto the bucket. She doesn't want to go to the bucket. She just wants the bottle, and that's fine. You know, we're getting to that weaning point, but she still has 8 bottles a day. And,
amazing. Okay, I'm happy with yearlings. I don't know that I need to go into bottle raising just at this point in my life.
I love the babies, and it is, like we've said before, it's a lot of work. When with Lena, it was every half an hour that I needed to feed her because she wasn't taking much in. She had a tiny little stomach. She hadn't had the benefit of the colostrum from her mum. Her mum died giving birth to her. And she was just fortunate to be found by some beautiful people that look after the Brumbies area.
Well, she was.
Yeah.
Even in a domestic situation, foals that don't have the colostrum, foals that are born and miss out on that first birth, that have poor IgG levels, have a very hit and miss chance at survival. Even in a closed domestic situation where they may have been born in a stable and they get veterinary care straight away. So you did an amazing job. You know, it's a testament to you that she survived and she is so healthy and robust now and so friendly.
She's everybody's favourite.
Yeah.
She certainly is. And it's, thank you for acknowledging how much work we all put in to making sure that Lena was okay. She is just the most beautiful horse. She was our poster girl at the Queensland rally and carried her poster with pride. God love her. She was very interested in the soccer game that was
absolutely
that was going behind her, and her brother, I call her brother, Ollie. So we did take 2 foals to the Queensland rally. They were both fascinated by these people kicking around a ball and wanted to go and play with them because it's like they have a ball in their paddock that they chuck around and play with, and they play with the dogs, they play with the goat, they play with, because it's a menagerie here. We take on, I take on everything from 0 legs to 4 legs. 4 legs my maximum. I don't like anything.
And everyone there thinks they're human, right? They're all like, why can't we come in the house? The hooligans come in the house.
Yep, that's where my dinner is. I can go in there.
It comes from there. We should be allowed in there.
Well, I just open the door and they all come in. Normally when husband's not home, because he wouldn't be very happy if he knew that all of the horses were coming in and visiting in the house.
A lot of things do happen when the husband isn't home. Yeah.
When the cats are in the mice play.
I think he's watching me at the moment, so we best not talk too much about that. But moving on.
Yeah, my hubby's not a Facebook person, so I'm lucky in that space.
You're okay. You can talk freely.
Yeah, but you know what my favourite time of the day is cup of tea on the veranda in the morning, and I get to have all of the baby kisses.
Yeah.
all of the foal kisses that we've got. So at the moment, so we've got 4. We've got Justice, we've got Oliver, we've got Ruby, and then we've got baby Lena or Bubbalina. And I get kisses off all of them every morning when I'm having a cup of tea before I have to go to work or going to wherever I've got to go. But it is so very, very special, and this is why we do what we do. This is why I fight for what we're doing, because they are the most amazing horses. They really, really are. And I wish everybody in Australia could have the opportunity that we do to see them, to meet them, to understand the intelligence, the trust and the love that these horses give. And I've got my domestic horses, as you do, but they're just so much different to the Brumbies. They really are.
We sort of touched on it a few times in the conversation, but should we have a talk about New Dawn?
Let's do that. Let's have a talk about what New Dawn is about. New Dawn was started just over a year ago now, in July of last year, 2025. Yeah, I think I've got my years right. 25 July, New Dawn was started because there was a need to have some horses in care. There was a need to have an organisation that stood for truth and integrity and care about the horses without all of the other crap that goes on sometimes in the Brumby world. And I'm just saying it like it is, because sometimes we can be controversial. That's what this show is going to be about. Sometimes we might get some controversy, but we just needed to have something that was there for the horses. So we had 3 sanctuaries. Well, I was the 3rd that came on in about November, and this is where we started to take in the Todd Rivers. So the horses that you've got, I've still got a few here. So the Northern Territory.
That was an epic achievement.
It's a huge achievement, absolutely massive. These horses travelled thousands of kilometres on a truck. We fundraised to get them here. There was a lot of involvement from a lot of people to make sure it all happened. Of course, it wasn't without its controversy, but it all ended up in a beautiful space with some people having the most amazing horses.
Which I can testify to, yes.
Five Flying Lily, and I've got what we call the Brother Boys here. And they are so very smart. The same with the Brumbies in the KNP, and I'm sure I haven't met any Brumbies out of Guy Fawkes or out of Yeringar or anywhere else, but I'm sure that they're the same, because they've got that street smarts is what it's called.
It's very hard to find a story from someone where they've had a problem. Like, everybody who has had a Brumby says there's no going back.
That's right. But sometimes, as we've said,
not every situation works.
Yeah, not every Brumby is sorted. So, but again, this is where New Dawn comes in, because we can offer that safe space for those horses that don't fit. They don't fit the round hole because they're a bit square. That sort of thing, and that's when New Dawn comes in. So when we're talking about what I call the rehoming circle, there are approved rehomers, and this is going to be controversial because they're copying a bit at the moment. But
and I think, just so that we are clear, when we say an approved rehomer, the term rehomer is National Parks and Wildlife. So a rehomer is defined by National Parks and Wildlife as someone who is approved to collect horses from the park itself. It's not like they're meant to be the end home. They're not the final destination for the horse, but it's the person that has the equipment, the facilities, the knowledge, the expertise to go, to national parks, collect horses from the trap yards and take them back out and commence their domestic life. And
Yeah.
what that can look like will vary between rehomers. Each will have their own ideas on what is appropriate and what they want to achieve from their horses.
Yeah, that's right. And it's quite a stringent process that they have to go through to be an approved rehomer. I did think about it myself here for about a minute, and then I thought to myself, no. I would rather work with the rehomers that have already gone through that stringent process, and it has to happen every year. This is not a set and forget thing. Every 12 months, those rehomers need to go through the same approval process so that they can get their certification, I suppose. Let's call it that. So working with those rehomers who need to take those horses out of the park, and it's not because they want to, it's because if they don't, then the fate of those horses is not great.
So you at New Dawn, you're not a rehomer from that sense.
We're not a rehomer.
What you are is a sanctuary, and a lot of the horses have come to you from difficult circumstances. So obviously the foals from the difficult circumstance of having lost their mother. There's some horses that from auctions.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit more about those?
Yeah, so this is another gap that we fill, and that's why I call it the rehoming circle, because sometimes, as we've spoken about tonight, these horses just don't fit. Sometimes people's circumstances change. When I was talking about the reason that I got into the Brumby side of things was because I wanted to make sure that all of my horses, including the Brumbies, were taken care of, was through my will. But sometimes these horses changes, their circumstances change, these people's circumstances change. They don't always have a will to look after them. And the horses end up in an auction, or they end up being sold for or given away for nothing because somebody can't deal with them and they just don't fit that square peg in a round hole. Yeah. Now this is where New Dawn comes in. We have picked up the unwanted, the uglies, not that I would call them ugly, but they're not the famous horses that some people know, but they still are all valued. And what I just said could be controversial, but you know what? It's a controversial show, so get over it.
We haven't been controversial.
But so this is what we do at New Dawn. We take in the horses that don't fit into the norm or are being without a home. We're a home. We're a lovely space, and this is a part of the sanctuaries, and we aren't the only ones that do this. There are many others, but we're part of that wheel, and we are a really, really important part of that wheel. If we didn't exist to take on the horses that get left behind, or the horses that don't fit, or the horses that find themselves in a situation where they're in a sale yard, but there are limitations because we only have so much land.
Exactly. And, for a lot of people out there, 100 acres or 200 acres or 300 acres might seem like a lot. But when you are dealing with horses that are living in a non-intensive program, that's not a lot of space. So, you can't overcommit because you get a bad season. All of a sudden, you are hand feeding everybody 100%. You have too much rain, and all of a sudden you're trying to get horses up out of the mud and out of the, stopping them getting thrush and greasy heel.
We're dealing with feet issues because we've got too much.
Farmers will lose a hay crop because you've had too much rain, and all of a sudden the price goes up again. So you can never overcommit. What's the biggest misconception you hear about Brumbies?
Well, dear, oh dear. I think the biggest misconception is one, that they can go back into the park, and that's just not. Although it's a lovely romantic idea, and we would all love them to remain in the park, they're not going to go back into the park. Once they are out, they're out. So
you don't say that from a philosophical side of things.
No,
it's legal.
It's a legislative point of view.
Yeah.
It's not because we don't want that to happen, but there are so many layers to this legal cake that would need to change to be able to put these horses back into the park. So the lovely idea of putting them onto a sanctuary and then releasing them back into the park, well, here we go. We've got one, the legalities. So you've got federal, state and local laws that you need to deal with in regards to releasing an animal into a national park. The second thing that you've got is once they are in a yard, once they're being hand fed, once they've been wormed, once they have some interaction with a human, they're not safe anymore.
No.
They have to deal with cars coming and going. So if I just look at the horses here, we just got some new Brumbies, so brand new babies out of the park. We've got 2 mares and 2 colts, soon to be more. They are close to my driveway in safe yards so that they can be acclimatised to people, to feed, they can be wormed. We're going to get them gentled, but they've got cars coming and going all of the time. Now, the first few days of them being in those yards, they were looking at the cars. Now they don't care. But if you try and put those horses back into a park, they're not going to care about cars. Now they then pose a risk to.
They pose a risk on the highway.
Yeah, that's right.
They pose a risk to people coming in and camping.
Yeah, that's right.
It's very sad. But I absolutely agree with you on that front, that it's just not something that's feasible.
No, it's not. It's a lovely idea, and romantic, but it's just not going to happen. The outcome that we all want is to have the horses stay in the park.
Yeah.
But we can't put them back once they've come out.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest misconception that I am seeing right across the internet at the moment, is that we can keep them and then put them back when the government allows it. 1, they're never going to allow it, and 2, it's just not feasible from a public and a horse safety point of view.
Yeah. If you could change one thing for Australia's Brumbies tomorrow, what would it be?
Don't shoot them in a helicopter.
Yeah, I think that's probably the obvious one here. I don't know if do we need to even say anything else on that topic? If that's
I think that's it. I think that's the only thing that we want. Don't shoot them from a helicopter. Now, I'm not saying that they don't need to be managed.
Don't shoot them at all, to be honest.
Well, they still, so don't shoot them, manage them properly.
Yes.
But we aren't getting that conversation that we need to have with the government levels, and there are many levels of government here that we're talking about. We're just not getting that opportunity to talk about it, because I think that the government see us as crazy Brumby ladies, the majority.
Well, yes, that obviously is a part of it. But I noticed that the story that was on prior to us coming on tonight, discussing the situation, how there didn't seem to be a great difference between the two sides of politics. Mm-hmm. You weren't getting that debate occurring. You were getting policy ideas that seemed to be in line with each other. So a change of government was not necessarily going to help in that situation, because they both seemed to agree with each other. And that's what I saw straight away when I came in and started writing letters early in the piece. I would see a template come from the Labor Party, and I would see the Liberal Party respond to me with a letter that had so much of the same language used, so many of the same dismissive comments regarding my concerns. And it is concerning that they both seem to be on the same page. So we have to turn that around. and how do we do that when we have, two polar opposites in government agreeing with each other on something?
It's a very, very difficult thing to do, but that doesn't mean we give up. We do not give up. We do need to
That's the reason at the start. We're not giving up.
We do need
a different way to approach it.
We're not giving up, not at all. But we do need to wrap it up. So here's a bit of a teaser for next week.
Okay.
We have some lovely guests on next week. One of our guests, I'm not going to mention any names, but here's the topic. We're going to be talking about Beersheba and the light horses that came out of Australia and a direct connection with that. So that's exciting. And you and I both have horses that are related to the whalers, if they're not whalers already.
Yeah.
So that's an exciting one. And then we can also talk about, with another guest, a special reunion that happened on the weekend with some of our Brumby herd or Brumby families.
Yes, I might know a little bit about that topic.
You may do. So you can say something about that too. But that's for next week. So reunions and love within our horses, and the light horse and Beersheba is some topics that we'll talk about next week.
Okay. Well, it is going to be a cracker show. I am so excited to be here, and I hope you have all enjoyed watching tonight.
Thank you.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using Instant Polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to Instant Polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at Instantpolls.online.
The king may rule over land and sea. The lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Well, Murra is putting out absolutely nothing this morning. No wind whatsoever in the Wimmera. We build another 10,000 wind turbines in the Wimmera and there will still be no energy. What we really need to do is we need to examine the business case for all of these projects. Transparency and community consultation is required, and I don't think that's too much to ask. What we've got is an absolutely pathetic government. They're pushing ahead on projects like the Big Build and the suburban rail loop with no business case. This is our money. This is our future. It's the young people's future that's getting put down the toilet by a poor process from government. We absolutely must have a proper business case. We must have transparency. We must see what the numbers are. There's no point, absolutely no point, investing capital where there is no return for Australian citizens. No energy out of Murra, no returns out of the investment. This is absolute oblivion for Australians and Victorians in particular. The Victorians, Ben Carroll, has not come to the right side. He is still pouring capital down absolutely terrible black holes with no return. We need a proper process. We need proper independent business cases and proper review. The community should be insisting on this as the case. Sonia Kilkenny, the planning minister, shortcutting planning processes. That is absolutely not right. She is doing the bidding of global multinationals and corporates. We've got to stop this process. We need a better government, a better process, and a better outcome for Victorians. Thank you very much. It's Ross Johns here for the Wimmera Mallee Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association. Enjoy your day.
Rain and storms continue in the west, mostly settled elsewhere. G'day, David from the Bureau here with a look at the weather across the country for tomorrow, Friday, August 28th. Let's take a look at the national map to start with, and the main feature is this low pressure system down here in southeastern WA. That's been bringing showers, rain and storms across much of southern Western Australia this week, and tomorrow's the turn of the far southeast. Elsewhere in the country, a weak cold front clips Tasmania and southern Victoria during tomorrow, but the rest of the country will remain dry and settled under this large high pressure system. Let's go around the grounds now, starting with Queensland, where it will be mild to warm and sunny across the vast majority of the state. Just one or two showers about the exposed parts of the east coast, the typical areas. And temperatures generally ranging from the mid to high 20s in the south up to the low 30s in the north. That's a couple of degrees above the August average temperatures, but we are close to the end of the month, so we're about to click over into warmer September average temperatures. Brisbane, a mostly sunny top of 25 degrees. For New South Wales and the ACT, some morning fog and patchy frost inland, and then a mild and sunny day pretty much statewide. For Sydney, a sunny top of 20 degrees. For Canberra, a mostly sunny top of 17. In Victoria, some morning fog and frost in the north and then sunny there. In the south, cloud increasing through the day. There's one or two bands of showers moving across from the west later in the day. For Melbourne, a shower or two and a top of 17 degrees. Showers in the afternoon and early evening, and then most likely clearing up for the footy after 7:30. For Tasmania, some showers mainly in the early morning as that cold front crosses the state, and mainly in the west, remaining pretty much dry in the east. Hobart, a top of 15 degrees. A cloudy day, one or two showers around in the early morning, but a dry day overall. For South Australia, mild and sunny across the eastern half of the state, just a little bit of cloud and maybe a morning shower or two down around Mount Gambier. And then in the far west, some showers and a few thunderstorms way out west there. There is the risk of damaging winds with severe thunderstorms in the very far west of the state. For Adelaide, a sunny top of 21 degrees. For southern Western Australia, dry and partly cloudy through the very far southwest, including for Perth, Bunbury and Busselton. And then as you head further east, the wet weather kicks in around this low pressure system, which will be centred on the southeast of the state tomorrow. So parts of the wheat belt and then much of the goldfields and the interior districts and the southeast coast can expect 5 to 15 millimetres of rain again tomorrow, with some locally higher totals in thunderstorms. The risk of damaging winds in severe thunderstorms in the far east as well. And that system, that rain-bearing system, has been quite generous. It's brought rain right across southwest Western Australia through this week, from when it started out down in the southwest Capes late Tuesday and then gradually spreading east, bringing welcome rain to many areas. For Perth, mostly sunny, top of 21 degrees tomorrow. And lastly, in the north, warm to hot and sunny conditions is the order of the day again across the north. Darwin, a sunny top of 34 degrees. That's all from us for now. If you need more information and the latest forecasts and warnings, you can always head to our website, our app and our social media channels. Thanks for watching and we'll see you next time.
Gone so quiet now, no birds sing in the dawn. The creek still winds through ancient stone, but everyone is gone. I walk the ridge where I was born and call into the sky, but only echoes answer me, and I don't know why. There's sorrow in the snow tonight, there's fear beneath the trees. The mountain holds its breath for us and trembles in the breeze. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? They speak of me in hard words now, as if I have no name, as if my heart is not a heart, as if I feel no pain. But I have loved our country well, the grass is rain and stone. I carried life across these hills and never walked alone. My mother's breath is in this wind, my father's in this ground. The bloodline of the mountain horse still echoes all around. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? I remember my mother's shadow moving softly through the snow. I remember running beside her where the mountain rivers flow. Now I call into the silence and only echoes reply. The wind knows where they've gone, but she won't tell me why. The valley wears a heavy grief, the stars seem far away. Every sound upon the mountain makes me fear another day. I never wanted anything but to stay where I belong. I only knew the ancient pathways, the rivers and the songs. And if you walk these mountains with me, you might understand the love a heart can carry for both family and land. Why beneath the mountain sky. Why do the gentle always cry? Country, keep my family near, hold them safely in your light. If they wander through the darkness, guide them gently through the night. And if one heart still remembers, if one voice still sings our song, then perhaps we're not forgotten, and perhaps we still belong.
Our mission at Pets of the Homeless is really simple, and that's to keep vulnerable people and their pets together when they're going through a tough time. Back in 2015, Pets of the Homeless started with a 20-kilo bag of dog food, made it into small packs, put it in a suitcase, and it was just me walking down the streets of Melbourne. One woman on a mission to make a difference. I would share the story on social media.
We've just hit 100,000 meals distributed today.
And the community really responded positively, and it just grew from there.
My name is Kent, and this is Hippo. She's everything to me. She's such a good girl. I got her at a time when I wasn't very stable. I'd come out of prison, I was homeless, but as soon as I got her, I just realised, oh my God, I can't let this dog go. And she's just my best friend. Hippo had a canine equivalent of an ACL injury. I knew there was something really desperately wrong. It was agonising seeing her suffering. My caseworker put me in touch with Pets of the Homeless, and Yvonne said that they could help, and I was just so overjoyed. I wouldn't have been able to get through that medical incident without their help. Like, it just would have been impossible.
That bond between us and our pet is very important. And when someone is going through a really tough time in their life, that bond becomes even more important. And that's what we're trying to protect at Pets of the Homeless.
Who's that?
My favourite quote is, I always wondered why somebody doesn't do something about that. Then I realised I was somebody. My intention wasn't to actually start a charity. It was to help. It was just putting one foot in front of another, and that's how we got to where we are today. We're now in a warehouse. We have about 150 volunteers. We provide on average about 60 to 70,000 meals every single month. We have a network of about 73 community partner organisations that we work with. We've also taken in hundreds of pets into our foster care program, and we've just reached 2.5 million meals distributed.
In the time that I've been volunteering with Pets of the Homeless, I've seen the community grow, numbers of volunteers, pet food packing, got a brand new van, and we can reach more community pantries and reach more people. The community, whether it's the volunteers who are packing the food, who are foster caring, they've got so much love to give.
I think Pets of the Homeless gives people hope. There can be a bit of judgment for people who are homeless and have a dog, but the reality is those dogs have got love and support, and it's so wonderful that Pets of the Homeless are able to help. It really makes a big difference in actual lives. It's really important work.
To the people who have supported Pets of the Homeless over the last 10 years, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's so many kind people out there, and I'm just grateful for all of them. The work that we need to do is so huge and the need is growing, and we can't do it without the support of our community.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. And he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that, he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Maremma dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years. There's no excuse to keep on using a poison that is not humane and that we know is not humane.
And welcome to The Pulse. Nice to have your company too. It's 4:17. It's a Thursday. Tomorrow in Queensland is a public holiday. I have to work. We all do. Why can't the whole country take the time off at once? Have to wait till Christmas. Isn't that dreadful? Anyway, nice to have your company too. Instant Polls is our official sponsor. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, that's your employees, then visit, of course, Instantpolls.online to learn more. Now, this week's poll is on the pulse. Do you have your pen handy? Take this down. Do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? No. No. Hey, did you see that? Just off track for a second. Did you see that the ISC is powered up with News Corp? Reminds me of the days of, I'll talk to Gary Duffy about this, reminds me of the days of the COVID nightmare, when the big pharma and the government and everybody, all those awful people, powered up with News Corp and the other media. And News Corp is truly, truly a horrible, horrible bunch of people. They're just terrible. Rupert Murdoch doesn't own it now, but the same legacy continues. That's to really mess up the world, mess up the country. News Corp. Anyway, so they're going to pump it out. They're already saying that the bird flu is jumping into animals. We'll have to shoot and kill more animals. Got to kill them all. By the way, just use the QR code on your screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous and verified by 2FA. The poll closes next Monday, the 31st of August, and the result will broadcast on the Pulse after 4 p.m. The link has been published on our Facebook page, and you can share that link, by the way, and ask your family and friends to participate. Your opinion does matter, and share the love.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using Instant Polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to Instant Polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at Instantpolls.online.
You're with Mike Ryan on today's News Talk, The Pulse.
Gary Duffy, by the way, that is not photoshopped. Peter Campion, I'll never forgive him for that. Gary Duffy has a few life skills, beginning life as a ringer. He qualified as a mechanic at 19, was A grade at 21, before becoming a master technician for Ford, Mitsubishi and Mazda. He was a coacher of rugby league for 18 years. Coacher? Jen, no such thing as a coacher. He's a coach of rugby league. See, Jen doesn't play rugby. I don't either. And he coached them in Europe, coached Rugby Union in Europe, which is a pretty mean feat to say the least. I wonder if they understood what he means. Australians don't move their lips, according to those overseas. All right. Gary worked at several large companies in Budapest, including TEVA Pharmaceuticals, BOSCH, Sony, and at Trinity Colleges. He has been a banana farmer, throwing out all the bent ones, cut sugarcane by hand, invented tools for the automotive industry, and won the Queensland Small Business of the Year and Premier's Award for Innovative Products. Gary currently has a small organic farm, 432,000 acres in Clarendon, and another one around the corner, which has 4 to 5 families of wombats on it. You know what wombats do? According to my biology book, they do things that, anyway, I'm not going to go there. We talked today about Queensland's critical minerals legislation that passed recently without amendment. Gary, thank you for joining us. 4,500 acres, or 432. What is it? It's a very large one.
No, it's not that big. I think you can take the
1,000 bit off
and come down a bit on that.
When I was at school, because I went to a Catholic school, so you always look for a bit of, stuff, and it had in the biology book, wombats under it. I'm not making this up. And this is just terrible childhood humour here and smut. But and being a Catholic, we were intrigued. It had wombats, eats roots and leaves. And I just thought that was an intriguing thing to put in a Catholic school. Could you explain what they mean by that?
Yeah, it means that they forage and they eat the root plants and they eat leaves that are fresh leaves.
Excellent.
It's not what you may be having an innuendo into.
No, I'm just trying to be... trying to catch you out, Gary, but you're far too sharp. Even yesterday when I sent you some, Jen passed on some messages, you were just far too sharp for me. And I have to realise I'm out of my league when it comes to someone with your intellect and humour.
I left school at 14. I don't have intellect.
Well, you do. You have life intellect, which is much better than having just out of a book. Tell me about your thoughts on the critical minerals bill.
I talk a little bit about that with Ag Force and that, but just one point first, and you talk about the ISC and everything else, and Jenny Sharp and what Jenny Sharp and the ISC are doing, and now they're involved in the fairy penguins and everything else. When I went to school, we had this guy we called the Psycho, and one day he got out, got home from school, went and dug all these holes, put all these chickens in the holes, and went to start the lawnmower up. And the thing is that the ISC and the Minister, New South Wales Minister, aren't they doing exactly the same thing but boasting about it in the media? Because of the cruelty that's going on in Australia, and they talk about it and they boast about it. And I put the ISC and penny sharp in that same category as that person who went to school with. But it's just disgusting what's going on in Australia. But with the Ag Force bill, and we're talking about the bill that they're thinking of bringing in Queensland, and what it is that it's not only everything Ag Force said on that is correct, but what is in there is it says that the government can declare something a state strategic project to use the land. So they can take the land for a state strategic project. Now, when Campbell Newman was in there, he gave the councils the powers to develop in priority development areas. So they could declare a site a priority development area, and then they could just develop it. Right, it didn't matter. They'll just come in. They'll just didn't matter that you had a farm in the area, a priority development area. It mean that the developers would come up, and it didn't care what your rights were. They were going to put whatever they want. Now you have a look at the state strategic project, and the government's bringing it in under a Critical Minerals Act, but it's not that at all. That's only one part of it. In this bill, they have this strategic project wording, and that means that, like in the Scenic Rim, where there's a proposed waste incinerator there, waste energy incinerator is proposed. Crisafulli and the government can call that a state strategic project, and they could actually take over the land, put that in there, and it doesn't matter about the impact on the rest of the community. So that's what that is. And we saw that with the Wanless case. Wanless wanted to put a dump in Ipswich, a waste landfill site in Ipswich. So he took it to the council rejected it, the people rejected it. So then he decided to take the council to court. And then after he filed the application in the court, he went and saw his mate Jim Sawley. And Jim Sawley then got the Deputy Premier, Stephen Miles, to call the project in. So when he calls the project in, this is what the bill that Ag Force are talking about will enable the government to do. And it's a compulsory acquisition of private projects is a real shift. And once the powers are in the Act, they don't expire with this government. They don't expire with this Premier. That they are still in the toolkit or in the same machinery for the next Premier and the Premier after that and the Premier after that, and the governments after that. So where farmers and landholders are being asked to trust the minister today not to make a decision on your land that would be adverse to you, but we're also being asked to trust all the ministers in the future, and that's a wrong thing to do.
I was going to read you this. This was just sent to me then from our production department and research and everything else department. Today, the Queensland Resources Council has welcomed legislation passed last night as providing momentum for the state's emerging critical minerals industry. The new laws in the form of the State Development and Public Works Organisation, which is Critical Minerals and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, come ahead of the Premier's trade mission to the US. Under the reforms, the declaration of state strategic project will streamline approvals, but will not automatically approve a project or remove existing environmental, planning, resources or other approval requirements. The bill also ensures modification orders cannot remove key authorisations, including environmental authorities, mining leases, development approvals, cultural heritage management plans, or RIDAs, which is regional interest development approvals, where required. So tell me what your thoughts are now.
Well, we've heard all that before, haven't we? We've seen, as soon as the priority development area came in for Ripley, they just steamrolled all the Indigenous rights. We saw what happened at Deebring Creek, where Deebring Creek tried to hang on to that mission site. Now it's just a development site with full of houses. For nearly 40 years, the Indigenous people fought to keep that site because of its heritage listed with the heritage critical heritage history with the Indigenous people. Is that at one stage there was 26,000 Indigenous family or people living out there who were herded there by the second Premier of Queensland, and many died there. But that was just turned into a development site once they steamrolled through all the across everyone. They just steamrolled the Indigenous people altogether. They didn't care about the environment factor. They didn't care about that that the creek, Deebring Creek, was a critical creek. They didn't care about the ground sonar picking up images of bodies under the ground. They just bulldozed the whole lot. And where they say that that's not what will happen, what will happen is we'll be challenged in a court, and the government will turn up with 30 or 40 lawyers and a couple of KCs, and you and I and the farmer or the landholder will, we can't afford to fight them in the court, and they know that, and they'll just steamroll over top of everyone.
You've been around for a while. I could tell the truth and say you were here with Ned Kelly, but I won't do that because I have respect.
When Moses was around.
No, I was around with Moses. I'm older than you, but I'm just thinking. Have you ever seen such an attack? Not only on Australia, but on the farmers and those on the land. It's either it's for renewables, or minerals, or whatever. I always thought that Australia, had gained its, I suppose, what it is, on the back of the rural industry, of the land, because we are a huge continent, yet, and we've got so much land. Yet it would seem that it doesn't matter what brush you're painted with, whether you're red or blue, you don't give a stuff about those on the land anymore. And you got all the ideology thrown in, oh, that's your land now. You can have that land. It's your land. We just took it off you. We invaded you. We did all sorts of terrible things. Captain Cook, you're a mass murderer. All that sort of stuff. Which, some of the history is true. You have to learn by history, but I always think you can't undo it, because if you undo it, you're undoing the way we live. And that seems to be what's happening now. Have you ever seen such an attack, just say on those on the land? It used to be pretty bad anyway, because there were so many rules and regulations. There are so many more now, plus restrictions and the compulsory acquisition. It means that you might go and have this great crop, and they could come in one day and say, well, bugger off. We want it, and you got no say in it. We'll pay you what we think is fair. And that farmer will say, but it was handed down, generation after generation. I'm going to leave it to my son. They don't give a shit. So have you ever seen this sort of attack on farmers before?
I think it stems from they know that, and we might. you might have to deep think this, right? Is that you come from the land and you've grew up on the bush, on a farm, on a dairy farm. It comes from that we need to have better services in the bush. We need to have schools, we need to have universities in the bush, so that when a farming family grows up, for them to get to grade 12, most bush kids need to go to a boarding school, or they need to go to the city, and there they end up with a different lifestyle, and they end up on a different pathway to what the farm is. So we don't have the intergenerational farm family like many people do in America. It's really critical, is that you always see a lot of farming families, they all stay together, and they grow up together, they farm together. But here, when your son, your daughter goes away to a boarding school and comes back, they're coming back home not to, it's more or less like a holiday place for them to go to, and eventually they end up leaving the farm. And we need to have this, that we have better high schools in rural areas, so that we can keep the family together in rural areas, so that the families grow up together. And the kid is coming, like your kids are coming home, they're jumping on a tractor and they're doing something, but they wake up in their own bed, in their own house, and they grow up on the farm community. They can still become a lawyer, and they can still do whatever they want when they grow up and still involve themselves in the farm and become that. But understanding that once the generation is split, then the farm becomes it's not there's no succession plan in there. And these bills and the way they attack this, they know that this older couple are the only ones on there. The kids aren't interested in coming back onto that farm, and they know that the only thing that's going to end up is that someone who's like me, just about 70, that they'll try and force me off the farm, because they know that there's only limited time up there for us to be on the farm. And our kids just said, our inheritance, the money, they'll just buy a house at the Gold Coast. But we have a look at that, and we need to provide better futures for our kids in the country, and provide the education that is in the country. I grew up in Tully, and Tully has an agricultural college. The high school has got an agricultural section where they grow their own beef, they have their own banana farm, they have their own worm casting farm. The worm casting farm, they manage, each grade 11 and 12 come through and they manage that. They become their own managers, they manage the income from that. And that's how the school operates. The school has its own beef cattle. They show it that they generally, a lot of times they win at the local show. They have their own sugarcane growing, and the farmer next door comes in and cuts it. They grow. So as a high school, that's how high schools in the rural community should be, is that, your kids should be able to grow up in your area, understand the lifestyle that's on a farm, and come home to a place where the bedroom is next door to the hay shed, instead of going off to the place out with. You take Australia as a whole. The last time we built a major city on the western side of the Great Dividing Range was when Canberra was built. We have not built a major city on the western side of the Great Dividing Range since then. So we're not focusing on putting all the infrastructure out on the western side of the Great Dividing Range. We want everyone to come back into this side of on the eastern side of the Great Dividing Range instead of providing that for them. So when these renewable energy projects and things like that, they just come on, they just barge through. They know that they'll just take over this land, this farm. And you always see that they attack the family farmer. They're never attacking the foreign-owned farm. You don't see the big foreign-owned farms being attacked with renewable energy projects or with transmission lines. They always want to try and go through a family farm, and they always pick on family farms.
Yeah. Incredible, isn't it? So I'm just looking at some notes here, which has just been sent through. It seems that the government here is, inverted commas, trying to beat the gold rush and compete against other states for critical minerals for American investment. And the other thing is, I'm just trying to read all these notes that have been sent through. The foreign investment, tell me about that part of it. I mean, I'm quite intrigued about this. It would seem that foreign investment or investment from overseas, which is the same thing, but it would seem that that is one of the overriding factors here. Would you agree?
It is they always seem to be chasing foreign trade, foreign money, foreign this, foreign that. They're not looking at creating industries in Australia that will use these critical minerals. And we have a lot of good industries in Australia that can produce critical mineral projects and stuff like that. We don't embrace the space industry, the aerospace industry that much. We don't build aircraft, we don't build cars, we don't do a lot of things as a nation that's isolated, greatly isolated from the rest of the world, because we're an island that sits right down the bottom of down under. And we should be able to use our critical minerals for projects that are beneficial to Australians. I don't think we have, like if I've got a DJI drone, and it's a DJI 50 drone, so 50 kilos lift. So it's a big drone. Not one part of that is Australian. Yet Australia, if you have a look at the average farm size in Australia, is actually over 70, because we have so many big farms, right? No, a lot of people say, look, in the Lockyer Valley and everything else, and there's small farms, but the average Australian farm is actually 70 square kilometres. The average American farm is 1.8 square kilometres. So we have these massive big farms that really do rely on a lot on engineering, machinery and everything else, that we don't use our critical minerals to provide engineering materials, machinery and products for it to enable us to be really successful within our own right.
They seem to be, they are putting agriculture last, which I find just absolutely horrible. Just quickly, I just want to go back to the ISC, because it really interests me, because I see the handbook of COVID coming out again, and a lot of this is just propaganda, and it's how strong you are. It's called an information operation, if anything, and it's to convince the population that what a government does is the right thing. And by using legacy media and having a partnership now with, which the ISC is the New South Wales or governments and doing business with a couple of wackos, which is the ISC, and they're doing business with News Corp, for example, and legacy media. And so what we have now, it'll be, and for them to be saying that it's crossed over to animals, it's crossed over to mammals. I mean, this is just, I mean, let's look at the ISC. They are a bunch of, there's a bunch of absolutely F-wits working there. There are those that are scientists who are activists, who are just purely intent on taking us back to the dim dark ages. And then we have, I mean, look at Jack Goff. Jack Goff is a union official, and that's the bottom line. So, and a lobbyist with Labor, and so it's this not even ideology. It stinks of corruption. I can tell you that now. But to have all this thing pushing in a particular direction, it would mean then that for, say, even us, even if we were back to the days of TNT, which we did have 140 million viewers in 12 months, and tons of downloads, I think 20 million downloads, it would mean that we would have no say, no chance like a snowflake in hell. Because when you get and if you look at COVID, whether you agree with it or not, we don't agree with it. If you look at COVID, it was very powerful. The government was very powerful in pushing the message of putting a substance in your body that you knew nothing about, and they knew nothing about. So if they didn't know about that, what it was going to do to you, and then they use that, they extrapolate that over to what's happening now with the national parks and the horses and the other animals and stuff. We have a very powerful lobby group, the ISC, that is actually determining Australia's future. How do we beat it? Because I can tell you now, we could scream, we could drop our underpants in Parliament. It would have zero effect. Maybe my underpants might, but it would have zero effect on the determination of where they're going to take Australia. How the hell do we stop this obliteration of our heritage and the bastardisation of our future?
Well, the thing that we need to look at is the people who are so affected need to come together better. And that ISC and all that are very well organised. They've got a lot of money. The ISC is actually located in Melbourne, and one of their primary funding bodies is the Melbourne Mayor's Trust. And although the current Melbourne Mayor does not have any say in where the money goes or is not linked to the trust was actually linked up by that. So they're putting money, all this money goes into trusts and then goes to the ISC. We don't have that as private people that we can do that. And to call yourself Invasive Species Council is a misnomer. There's nothing invasive about a lot of the stuff that they claim to be representing. We have a look at the little furry penguins, and they said, well, the reason why we're injecting them is because they're a tourist attraction, and we're going to lose tourist numbers. And the other reason we're injecting them is we're catching them all and we're giving them a microchip so we can follow them. The other thing is that you have the same people handling one animal after another, after another, after another. So if you have one animal with the bird flu virus, that's going to be passed on via those same people throughout the whole history through the day to every other furry penguin they touch. So the other thing is that, and your guest the other day mentioned, and we looked it up and made sure that it was pretty much accurate, is that they say they're looking at a H5N1 bird flu, but they're injecting them with a H5N2 vaccine, which doesn't fight the H5N1 and doesn't prevent transmission. So, and your guess was exactly right. We looked it up, and it was exactly what she was saying, because I always want to verify what other people say. And they say it's transferred into mammals, but they had a look at deaths on, I think it was Heard Island, down in one of Australia's southern territories, and there were deaths of a lot of seals down there. But they found out that the seals were actually eating dead birds, and they actually were carrying the virus because they ate the birds, not because they actually got it. And so when they were tested, they had the virus, that they had the bird flu, but they've known since 2014 that the birds were going to migrate through the Southern Ocean. They've always known that. The New South Wales government actually put out a flyer on it last year. So yeah, but
yeah,
to combat it, to beat it, we're going to have to just all come together.
Yeah, totally agree. It's pretty wild. Look, we need to have a longer discussion. We are running out of time. We got Ross Johns waiting for us in the field, and I know he has to get going with his tractor. He's just chewing at the bit. Not really. Pulled over for us. Good on you, Ross. Come back to Ross in a second. Gary, if somebody wants to get hold of you, how do they do that?
Yeah, we run a small farm. It's not 4,000 hectares. It's only a few. And it's called Bunya Park Moringa. And if you just put Bunya Park Moringa, you'll find us.
Good on you. And I wasn't around with Moses too, by the way. I have to qualify that. I was before him. He was my younger brother. Thank you so much for your time. Gary Duffy there, here on The Pulse. Ross Johns has built a career in agribusiness finance and brings decades of experience in the Australian agriculture sector. Ross was born in Warwick-Nabil and farms land west of Warwick-Nabil, growing wheat, barley, canola and lentils, along with sheep for wool and meat production. Ross is a past director of the ABB Grain and ASX 100 listed company, past deputy chairman of GRDC Grains Research and Development Corporation, past director of Western Water, currently president of the Wimmera Mallee Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association, Inc. We're going to talk to Ross about a project no one really wants to criticise, and I wonder why. First of all, Ross, thank you for joining us. We probably need your microphone on. If you could just push your little button. We're not working. Can't believe it. You're out in the field and everything. It's actually not working. So what I might do is, Cam's there. If you could just reboot, and I'll just go and talk about something and come back to you in a second, Ross. This is The Pulse. Ross is going to reboot for a second because it's just not wanting to connect to us. We're going to talk about Snowy 2, by the way. Snowy 2. We were there just recently at Snowy 2, and it was an obliteration of the environment. Ross is now with us. It was an obliteration of the environment. Ross, thank you for joining us. See what happens? It works.
No problems. Yes, it does work eventually.
I was just talking about Snowy 2.0 and how it's a massive underground pumped hydro energy storage scheme. It's going to act as a giant battery, backup battery for Australia's power grid, and is an abomination, and the cost is just go like that. Tell us your views on the thoughts of the cost of Snowy 2.0.
Oh, well, I think the cost overruns are just humongous, and I don't know how they can get out of a budget 20 times over the original forecast. It just doesn't seem reasonable, and there seems to be no accountability within government or these multinationals that are trying to push forward with these projects, and I just think they're poorly managed and no accountability. It's just disastrous.
Because it's one of Malcolm Turnbull's. It's his legacy, and many would say it's fingers. The big fat pudding fingers are in the trough, and with the pigs, and they're raping and pillaging. And they are. They're going to make a lot of money. People are going to make a lot of money from this. Look at the carbon offsets. And we hear about the horses and other creatures doing the damage to the environment, which truly are just BS. If you look at the ISC, which you're familiar with, tell us about your thoughts on what Snowy 2.0 is doing to the environment in the Kosciuszko National Park.
Oh, well, I understand they've been clearing off huge amounts of virgin forest and scrubland and impacting unique Australian wildlife. This is just completely unacceptable in this day and age. We cannot destroy the Australian environment in the hope that we can reduce carbon emissions. It's just absolutely ludicrous from a national point of view, from a strategic point of view, and from a natural beauty point of view. I just think all round it's just poor policy.
Ask you about the talking about the benefits, because we haven't got a whole lot of time. But what about the benefits? We have to be fair here. We need to understand those benefits. I'm looking. I really can't see a whole lot. If you could just educate me, because I need you to.
Well, I think the whole renewable plan has just been poorly planned, poorly executed. There is no accountability from government. There's multinationals and global corporations that are trying to get their snouts in the trough, in the Australian taxpayer trough. This has got to be done properly. It cannot be done in a ad hoc way, and we need a reliable energy system that's going to power the nations into the future. And I think people in Melbourne, all Australians, deserve to have a good, reliable, powerful electrical grid that can power a nation into the 21st and 22nd century. And fast-track renewables, the high cost, the extreme unreliability of renewables. This morning in the Wimmera, Murra produced absolutely no energy whatsoever, and Twiggy Forest is getting enormous government subsidies. This is just a crazy, crazy situation. It's just very unviable, and I think the only people benefiting are the billionaires and the global multinationals.
Yeah, and you have an election coming up shortly in Victoria, and if you look at Labor, the Labor are on the nose. But let's be realistic about it. They can still get in every state, federal elections too. Because we just don't know what they're thinking about things in the big smoke. And even though Pauline Hanson is sort of shaking the apple tree, she would probably do more damage to establishment than she will in the major cities. Just do you have a good feeling that Labor will be exited from Victoria, or do you think?
Corruption in Victoria is monumental. We've seen Jacinta Allen fall on a sword as a result of the corruption and the lack of accountability. We've seen Lily D'Ambrosio, the Energy Minister, fall on a sword. Sonia Kilkenny is the Planning Minister, is totally complicit. We absolutely need Sonia Kilkenny out of the system, whether it's by her own choosing or whether it's by an election result. Ben Carroll cannot have clear air while we've got one of the trio that's responsible for the poor process, the poor planning that's been part of this fast-track renewable bill. We just absolutely have to resolve it, and if it's an election that's got to resolve it, so be it. Bring on November and let's clear the deck and let's get to a logical pathway forward for Victoria to become strong and a better place.
But you've had many chances before. When Dan the Man was in there, and the LNP barely managed to get a vote. Are you a little bit fearful this might happen again?
Well, elections are unpredictable, as you probably appreciate, and I do think that Melbourne people are sick of the crime, they're sick of the corruption, they're sick of the high debt load that's been forced upon Victorians. The suburban rail loop, which is another big build type project, could be just as corrupt as the big build. It's sort of filling in the Belt and Road, which was a Chinese originated plan. We need a plan for Australia. We need Australia to be a strong country, a strong nation with efficient infrastructure, not this poor process. The big challenge in Melbourne is that there's a lot of people on the take. A lot of people are relying on these projects to continue, and I think the corruption runs very deep in Melbourne.
Indeed. If somebody wants to find out more, and we do play your good morning as we take that part out, and the rest of it, you make a lot of sense. And
Thank you.
My wife, she loves it. One day we didn't have you on, and she said, "What happened to Ross?" And she looked at me. So you are on at the start of our show every day, and I appreciate it. I think you do speak a lot of sense, and I think with your experience and just very real approach to what's happening around us, I appreciate it. My wife appreciates it, and everybody else does too. So thank you. If they want to get
that's fantastic. I'm pleased to hear, Mike. And agriculture is a viable and productive industry, and we cannot replace agriculture with a highly subsidised renewable industry. It just makes absolutely no sense for Australia. It's strategically the wrong decision. So we've got to have a better Australia.
Can you smell the stench of corruption?
Absolutely. Anytime I go past Spring Street, I can smell that stench.
You were in Canberra. You went into the Lion's Den.
I did, and had a great time in Canberra, and we met a lot of politicians. And I must say, I really worry. It's a national overhead, and it's a whole city full of our national overhead in Canberra.
Did you wash your hands? Anyway, that's another thing. Sorry.
Yes, I did.
Ross, if somebody wants to get hold of you, how do they do that?
Wimmera Mallee Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association. We've got a Facebook page, and we've also got a web page. So please listen in and contribute where possible.
Good on you, Ross. Ross Johns there. This is The Pulse.
Thank you.
A hoax about carbon dioxide in the climate has caused a global energy and
rain and storms continue in the west, mostly settled elsewhere. G'day, David from the Bureau here with a look at the weather across the country for tomorrow, Friday, August 28th. Let's take a look at the national map to start with, and the main feature is this low pressure system down here in southeastern WA. That's been bringing showers, rain and storms across much of southern Western Australia this week, and tomorrow's the turn of the far southeast. Elsewhere in the country, a weak cold front clips Tasmania and southern Victoria during tomorrow, but the rest of the country will remain dry and settled under this large high pressure system. Let's go around the grounds now, starting with Queensland, where it will be mild to warm and sunny across the vast majority of the state. Just one or two showers about the exposed parts of the east coast, the typical areas, and temperatures generally ranging from the mid to high 20s in the south up to the low 30s in the north. That's a couple of degrees above the August average temperatures, but we are close to the end of the month, so we're about to click over into warmer September average temperatures. Brisbane, a mostly sunny top of 25 degrees. For New South Wales and the ACT, some morning fog and patchy frost inland, and then a mild and sunny day pretty much statewide. For Sydney, a sunny top of 20 degrees. For Canberra, a mostly sunny top of 17. In Victoria, some morning fog and frost in the north and then sunny there. In the south, cloud increasing through the day. There's one or two bands of showers moving across from the west later in the day. For Melbourne, a shower or two and a top of 17 degrees. Showers in the afternoon and early evening, and then most likely clearing up for the footy after 7:30. For Tasmania, some showers mainly in the early morning as that cold front crosses the state, and mainly in the west, remaining pretty much dry in the east. Hobart, a top of 15 degrees. A cloudy day, one or two showers around in the early morning, but a dry day overall. For South Australia, mild and sunny across the eastern half of the state, just a little bit of cloud and maybe a morning shower or two down around Mount Gambier. And then in the far west, some showers and a few thunderstorms way out west there. There is the risk of damaging winds with severe thunderstorms in the very far west of the state. For Adelaide, a sunny top of 21 degrees. For southern Western Australia, dry and partly cloudy through the very far southwest, including for Perth, Bunbury and Busselton. And then as you head further east, the wet weather kicks in around this low pressure system, which will be centred on the southeast of the state tomorrow. So parts of the wheat belt and then much of the goldfields and the interior districts and the southeast coast can expect 5 to 15 millimetres of rain again tomorrow, with some locally higher totals in thunderstorms. The risk of damaging winds in severe thunderstorms in the far east as well. And that system, that rain-bearing system, has been quite generous. It's brought rain right across southwest Western Australia through this week, from when it started out down in the southwest Capes late Tuesday and then gradually spreading east, bringing welcome rain to many areas. For Perth, mostly sunny top of 21 degrees tomorrow. And lastly, in the north, warm to hot and sunny conditions is the order of the day again across the north. Darwin, a sunny top of 34 degrees. That's all from us for now. If you need more information and the latest forecasts and warnings, you can always head to our website, our app and our social media channels. Thanks for watching and we'll see you next time.
And welcome back to the Country Telegraph. Nice to have your company too, by the way. Just before we get into our next guest, I just want to go to our instant polls as I bring this up here. They're our official sponsor. Now, and before our next guest, I want to play a great track and an ode from Banjo Patterson. We played it the other day. Many requests to play it again, and I would like to play it again. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication, that's with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, your employees, then why not make a beeline straight to it, Instantpolls.online to learn more. This week's poll is on the Pulse. The poll is, do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? My humble opinion, it is not. Anything tied up with now, News Corp and the ISC, do not believe a word of it. Just use the QR code on our screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous and verified by 2FA. The poll closes next Monday, 31st of August, and the result will be broadcast on the Pulse after 4 o'clock. The link is also published on our Facebook page. Share the link and ask your family and friends to participate. We had a lot of requests to play this again. It's an ode. It talks about the Brumbies in the First World War. Have a look at it. This gentleman is fantastic. He, along with myself and others, get quite emotional at what's happening to our heritage, and we need to fight back. The ISC, in my own opinion, is one of the greatest threats to this country because of the power they have. They are just an absolute bunch of evil bastards, in my own opinion. So I'll play this. Remind yourself that you are Australian. Whether you're from other countries, you are now Australian. This is our history. Not a great history in some cases, but it is our history, and it's made us what we are today. Now, what I'm seeing around is not indicative of the sacrifice that our parents and their parents and whatever went through. We need to show a little more respect, I think, to the history of Australia.
G'day, Trooper Cody and Steve with a light horse video, and in the past I've tried to make these videos and I haven't been able to because I get too emotional. So we're going to see how we go with Banjo Patterson's The Last Parade. Now you've got to remember, Banjo Patterson wasn't just a famous Australian poet. He was actually around before World War I started. He wrote poems about horses and horsemen and bushmen before World War I started. And then when World War I started, he went to the Middle East with the very first contingent, the first shipment of horses. He went to the Middle East. He was there for the whole 4 years, working at remount depots, which is where horses went to be decided if they were going to the artillery or to the light horse to be ridden. So he was around these wonderful horses for 4 years. And then, as you've seen in a couple of my other videos, we know what happened to those poor horses at the end of the war. And so Banjo wrote a poem called The Last Parade. With never a sound of trumpet, with never a flag displayed, the last of the old campaigners lined up for the last parade. Weary they were and battered, shoeless and knocked about. From under their ragged forelocks, their hungry eyes looked out. And they watched as the old commander read out to the cheering men the nation's thanks and the orders to carry them home again. And the last of the old campaigners, sinewy, lean and spare, he spoke for his hungry comrades. Have we not done our share? Starving and tired and thirsty, we limped on the blazing plain, and after a long night's picket, you saddled us up again. We froze on the windswept cheppies when the frost lay snow white. Never a halt in daytime, never a rest at night. We knew when the rifles rattled from the hillside bare and brown, and over our weary shoulders we felt warm blood run down. As we turned for the stretching gallop, crushed to the earth with weight, but we carried our riders through it, sometimes, perhaps, too late. Steel, we were steel to stand it. We that have lasted through, we that are old campaigners, pitiful, poor and few. Over the sea you brought us, over leagues of foam. Now we have served you fairly. Will you not take us home? Home to the Hunter River, to the flats where the lucerne grows. Home where the Murrumbidgee runs white with melted snows. This small thing surely, will not you give command that the last of the old campaigners go back to their native land? They looked at the grim commander, but never a sign he made. Dismiss! And the old campaigners moved off from their last parade. How bloody sad. You can't like the video, but remember the horses. Cheers. Subscribe, eh? Thank you.
They carried stockmen. They carried soldiers. They carried legends from Beersheba to the mountains of the high country. The thunder herd still rides. dawn, their wild hearts burning through the night. Their blood remembers campfire smoke, long dusty trails and stockmen's hands. The freedom of a younger world still running through this ancient land. Listen, mountains know their language. Listen, the valleys speak their names. They are the thunder rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beershaba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls can tame them. The spirit of the light horse rides, they are the thunder, and the mountains know their names. Across the burning Sinai sands, they carry fate in steady hands. Through dust and fire they thundered on toward Beershaba's fateful dawn. Horse and rider forged as one, a rolling wave against the guns. The desert shook beneath their stride as Australia rose in pride. They are the thunder rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beershaba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls can tame them. The spirit of the light horse ride, they are the thunder, and the mountains know their name. And standing on the highest ridges, when the world below has gone to sleep, the ancient stallions face the darkness, guarding secrets they still keep. They remember every stockman, every drover, every mountain horseman, every charge, every rider who never came home, every horse who carried him there. Ride on. Ride on. Ride on. They are the thunder, the heartbeat of the southern land. The wild soul of Australia. The wild soul of Australia. The oath that time has never bent. When lightning crowns the mountain peaks and storm clouds gather dark and wide, the spirits of the old light horse still ride beside their stride. No king commands them, no empire owns them, for freedom runs within their blood, as surely as rivers shape the land. They are the thunder, and they still ride, and they still ride. From Beersheba to the high country, the thunder herd still rides.
And welcome back to the Pulse. Coming up next, we'll talk to Robbie Barwick here. And also, we're going to talk to someone pretty special after Robbie. Robbie's very special too, by the way. He keeps telling me. But he is. He's a magnificent person. And thank you for Robbie for putting himself out. This is the Pulse.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. and he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Maremma dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years. There's no excuse to keep on using a poison that is not humane and that we know is not humane.
And welcome back to The Pulse. Robert Barwick is the National Chairman of the Australian Citizens Party. He's the party's media spokesman, contributor to the Australian Alert magazine, and presenter of the weekly show, The Citizens Report, which I think it's called something different now. He'll pick me on that one. We'll talk to Robbie today about ASIO's powers and the rationale for and implications of the recent legislative changes. Robbie, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
It's all happening here. We have an absolutely magnificent system, and it's incredible. It's got a mind of its own. You've got no idea what we're doing here. I just got to get the guys to stop jumping from the ledge.
Come on, you're the man behind the curtain. I've seen you at work.
That's right. Look at those hands. look at the eyes. The giveaway is that the government's proposed changes to expand and permanently retain the Australian Security Intelligence Organisations. That sounds like an oxymoron. Anyway, ASIO, which is called, we lovingly call them ASIO, they have compulsory questioning powers. Not great, is it?
No. And the person who said most forcefully they were not great is our Prime Minister. Back in 2003, when these powers were first debated, they were put up in a bill in 2002 after 9/11, and we were told that, look, yes, we have democratic standards in Australia and the rule of law and legal principles that we've always been told we need to uphold to protect ourselves from becoming like those other types of countries, those dictatorships, etc., those authoritarian countries. But look, we've got a terrorist threat. We have to do this. And no one can deny it. No one wants a 9/11. And so we need to give ASIO powers to be able to extract whatever information it needs to stop a terrorist attack. And Anthony Albanese gave a speech in March 2003 on this bill, and he started off, Mike, by quoting Hermann Goering, Hitler's Reichsmarshal, from the Nuremberg trials, where Goering said, you can talk anybody into accepting what you want, like a war, etc. All you got to do is tell them there's a threat, and this is the response to the threat, and they will always do it. They'll always accept it. And that was Anthony Albanese's insight into this kind of argument. And now it's a big deal to liken something to the Nazis. It's called Godwin's. There's a thing called Godwin's law, if you've heard of it. The first person to compare something to the Nazis loses the argument. But this is Anthony Albanese doing it. 23 years later, he has rammed a bill through Parliament that takes those original powers and expands them makes them routine for ASIO to use as a matter of course, and was actually going to make them permanent, but our party got involved in fighting it and we forced them to drop that part. But they have nevertheless massively expanded these powers. And unlike back in 2002-3, when he had an opportunity to participate in the debate as the member for Grayndler, because the debate raged for about 15 months. That's how controversial these laws were at the time. Unlike then, they guillotined the debate in the Senate and they only allowed 1 hour, and they took away what they call the committee process of putting a bill through, where the Senate goes through it line by line and they ask the minister questions line by line. They took that all away. So there would be very little scrutiny of this bill, and that was rammed through last Thursday.
What are the provisions to question without a warrant, including people as young as 14? I would have thought you would have needed to have a warrant for that sort of a thing.
No. Well, no, technically there are warrants. The question is who signs the warrant. So normally a warrant has to be signed by a judge, and that's called the separation of powers. So the police are part of the executive function of government, and but when it comes to law enforcement and actually subjecting people to the punishment side of the law, you need to bring in the judiciary so that they actually approve. They assess what you're doing, and the judge can turn you down and say, no, you don't have the basis for a warrant, or yes, you do. So that's why you have, and look, that's a fairly fluid process. It's not very bureaucratic, really. Police have relationships with judges, etc. They get their warrants. It's just a natural step. That's who usually signs warrants. This bill says the warrant is signed by the Attorney General. Now, what that means is a politician is signing the warrant, and the politician, who is essentially ASIO's boss. Now, that is important, but I would argue the politicians in Australia are increasingly captured by ASIO, and I doubt you would have anyone outside of one or two members of parliament, such as Andrew Wilkie and David Shoebridge, who would even question ASIO if they asked for a warrant. And so the Attorney General will just rubber stamp these things, and ASIO gets to use them as a matter of course.
And then there's the silencing of those being questioned. Were these provisions removed in the final version of the legislation?
Nope. No, you have no right to silence. So that's in the interrogation. You cannot be quiet. You have to answer the questions on pain of 5 years in prison, which is a very heavy penalty, right? So ASIO can just extract this information from you. Now, bear in mind, just before I get to the other part, you don't have to be a suspect, Mike. The ASIO can question anybody. You could be the brother or sister of someone who's been to a protest that someone else has tried to make a political issue about. And, we're getting used to, disturbingly, in Australia, a lot of people starting to question the right to protest, even though that is a fundamental right in a democracy. We saw it in COVID, and it's continued since then. So all you need to do is be somebody that ASIO decides they want information from, including a child as young as 14. So a 14-year-old girl could be grabbed off the street by ASIO and subjected to this kind of questioning. And if you don't answer the question, 5 years in jail. Now, if you tell anybody that you have been interrogated, then you also risk 5 years in jail. You have to be completely quiet about the fact you've been interrogated. So there's two things to think about there. One is that's just that's an unreasonable thing in practice anyway. But what if you're someone who's totally innocent, you've never done anything wrong, you are mistaken as someone who might have information. ASIO comes and interrogates you, and then they let you go after 24 hours because you've had nothing to tell them anyway. And they said you can't tell anybody. But your wife or partner was expecting you at a certain time and maybe already suspects you of having an affair or something, right? And you turn up late, you've broken your appointment, and you're asked, where have you been? And you can't say, right? I mean, that's a bit silly. But here's the other one. What if you ever told a kid? What if it is a 14-year-old kid? You ever told a 14-year-old kid to keep a secret and keep it and be serious about it? Like, you know, you can say, "Oh, you're going to go to jail for 5 years." They don't know what that means, right? These are just ridiculous to be applied to children, and that's why when it was first put up in 2002, Simon Crean, the leader of the opposition, accused. He just railed against that, and he said it's completely inappropriate, and he accused John Howard of establishing a police state.
I've just on the line, I've got, what's your name? Gigi. Yes. Are you after a check from the federal government? Okay. And I'm sorry. Just had a message. Congratulations was the essence of it, but they wanted to get the check for helping them implement it. And I'm being quite facetious here, but it's that serious, isn't it?
Well, we in the debate, and I'd like to tell you a bit more about the debate because it was quite extraordinary, but it only went for an hour, and the only people who participated in the debate were the senators who voted no. And that was the Greens, Malcolm Roberts from One Nation, and Alex Antic, the Liberal, crossed the floor and voted no. And all of them, literally everyone who participated in the debate, all quoted Anthony Albanese from 23 years ago. Every single one. All the different parts of his speech, including the part where he said, these are the laws that are turning us into the countries that we say are bad countries and are our enemies. We are becoming those countries. That's what he warned in 2003. Well, we act all holier than thou on the world stage, Mike, right? When it comes to human rights, etc. We in fact we use them as a weapon. Oh, you know, look how great we are on human rights. Really? Look at the kinds of laws we've got on the books now.
So let me get this right. How many Greens are there?
12.
12, okay. And Malcolm's 13. Antics 14. Who was the other one?
There was a second. Yeah, there was a second Liberal across the floor, Andrew McLaughlin, and there was
ex-Liberal. You mean ex-Liberal?
No. It's not. No, the Liberal Party's not the Labor Party. You don't get kicked out for crossing the floor. That's a Labor thing. So for now, he's a Liberal, and then there were the other two crossbenchers, David Pocock and Jackie Lambie.
So we had 17.
Well, there was a bit less than that because I don't think all the Greens were there for the vote, right? So
they're out rolling their own.
It was about 12 or 13 no votes and about 26, 27 yes votes. And what's significant about that is there's 76 senators, which means a whole bunch of senators weren't there. And the ones who weren't there, Mike, were the coalition senators. No, not the two who voted no. The two across the floor were there. All the coalition senators who actually supported this bill were too cowardly to come in and vote yes on it. Now, that allows them to have it both ways. If they're in front of an audience that's anti the ASIO bill, they can say, oh, we didn't vote for it. If they're there in front of an audience that's pro the ASIO bill, they can say, oh, yeah, we made sure it got through. Because they did make sure. It was a dirty deal between Labor and the coalition to guillotine this debate and force it through. But because it was so toxic, thanks to we've run a pretty significant campaign for the last 6 months. You and I have talked about this bill a couple of times over that time, right? It became quite big. And I think, can I brag a little bit? I don't want to be too full of myself, but I'm not a genius, but I had a stroke of genius. And that was back in February when the House debated it, and I saw Tony Burke's contribution to the debate, the Home Affairs Minister, and it so disgusted me. I thought, you know, this Labor Party's come a long way from 23 years ago when they voted against this. And I remember we were involved in opposing it then, right? And I remember quite well those days and that debate. And then I thought, you know, I bet you in that debate, because Albo used to be quite a firebrand, I bet you he gave a pretty fiery speech. And I went and dug it up, and I was right. He gave a fiery speech, and it was the publication of that speech of the Prime Minister of today, 23 years ago, warning about this undermining democracy and denouncing this in no uncertain terms and likening it to the Nazis. That went viral everywhere. People were posting that video of Albanese drawing that comparison everywhere and just can't believe that he's the guy who's now expanded these powers. And so it became quite toxic. We did force them to drop the amendment that would have repealed the sunset clause, and what they intended initially, not just to expand them, but to make them permanent. These would have been normalized powers. So we did force them to keep the sunset clause, and so the bill will be reviewed in 3 years' time. But that's as much as we achieved. But because it was so toxic, the coalition stayed away from the final vote.
Incredible. But the coalition, I mean, the LNP, I have to say, it's smoke and mirrors. I find that with most things that are a bit controversial. Hang on, sorry, another call. Hang on. Hello? Yes. Herman Goering. Oh, you want to check too? On its way, thank you. I'm just astounded at this. And by the way, the same thing's happening in the UK. The new UK terror laws are going to crunch those of free speech, which we'll talk about in the next hour on The Protagonist with Basil Valentine, James Freeman, and I've got the other one. Another great guy. He'll be on too. It's really interesting. I think you see governments around the world, Western governments, becoming more like, I won't say China, because China is over-exaggerated in some cases, but are we more like the old-fashioned Soviet Union?
Or, and you could say that, or you could say what the Prime Minister said, Nazi Germany. I mean, that's the most extreme example you can give. Look, he did it. He did it for a good reason, and it is important. I think it's very important to stop making the comparisons to those known authoritarian countries. It's kind of pointless because it's actually those comparisons that we get told. See, don't compare us to them. We're doing this because we care about you. Unlike those dictatorships, right? So no, we've got to actually see what's happening here. When 9/11 happened, there was a coordinated operation through the Five Eyes. Remember, we later saw how it actually worked. You had the dumbest president in US history, or I thought he was until this current guy, sorry. But George Bush was a moron. That regime was run by Dick Cheney, one of the most sinister guys to ever be in power in a democratic country. And he had an agenda for war, not against the country that attacked them. That was Saudi Arabia, their very rich friend. He had an agenda to ram this through with the Israelis to destroy Iraq, and but they had to keep the population in line, and so they passed the Patriot Act in America. All the Five Eyes countries rammed through this kind of legislation, and we were told it's for our security, it's for our safety. Now, the great Ben Franklin, one of America's founding fathers, right? He said, "Those who give up liberty for security deserve neither." And I remember this was a big debate at the time, and it's a great quote from Ben Franklin. But because we're in countries that are based on principles where the individual has rights, right, and those rights are supposed to be protected by the state. It's the government that has checks and balances on them, right, not the citizens. But they flipped it all around, and then they've ratcheted down just relentlessly ever since. So what's interesting about this issue now, this furor over the ASIO bill now, Mike, is that we've succeeded in making it such a big deal. We've had more than 20 years of these kinds of laws. In 2015, Tony Abbott rammed through a bill that said journalists can go to jail for 10 years for reporting on an ASIO operation. This agency, ASIO, deserves maximum scrutiny, right? It let us down. We gave it these powers to protect us from terrorist attacks like Bondi. It knew the perpetrators of Bondi, right? But it was too busy going and doing other things to do its job. And instead of being held accountable, it's being rewarded with more powers by the government, and everybody's scared of it. Now, when you're a Sikh, remember who's that Democratic congressman in America, the New York Senator, Schumer. Remember Schumer? He was talking about Donald Trump a few years ago, and he said, if you cross the intelligence agencies, they have a dozen ways to Sunday to get back at you. When he was talking about the American intelligence agencies, our ASIO through Five Eyes is completely tied into that. And these people they see themselves as above government. And I did a little bit of history research when Lionel Murphy raided ASIO in 1973, the ASIO officers got legal advice. Now, they actually got a lawyer to do this, a QC to do this, that said ASIO is outside of the jurisdiction of the Australian government. They're not accountable to the Australian government. Now, even though most lawyers in that disagree with that legal advice, that's how the ASIO officers saw themselves. And I can tell you, that's how they operate. They're not the ones that are bowing the knee to the government. It's the other way. And they have got more and more power. And in a democracy, when you can claim you're a democracy, but when you give so much power to a secret organization that acts above accountability, you are creating something else.
The other guy was Tony Greenstein, who was acquitted last week, charged with terror laws for three tweets. So, a very dangerous person, those tweets. But I'm just thinking and I am appalled. One, that Herman Goering called me, and two, that that you said Anthony Abbott at one stage.
I did.
You did. You wanted to say Anthony Abbott, but I'm just appalled. I mean, and I'm making not light of it because it is terrible. Australia's changed. It has changed forever. We have the things happening in the environment, which are trillions of dollars. The stench of corruption is just enormous. Then we have our liberties. We're talking about let me tell you, we all know how great COVID was, how they could flex their muscles and stuff. Well, the bird flu, because they're looking for something to scare people. The bird flu, according to the ISC, which is run by an ex-union official and lobbyist, he knows everything. It's a truly magnificent F-wit. But he has said that it's crossed over to mammals, so you and I are going to start developing feathers. It's just like the old cow joke, the cow disease, mad cow disease. One cow says, "Are you scared about this mad cow disease?" And the other cow said, "No, I'm a dog." But it's the same sort of thing. So it's crossed over to mammals. So you and I are going to develop feathers. Now it's crossing over to the wildlife. Now, what has the ISC been doing of late? That's right. It's been shooting them willy-nilly, pushing the New South Wales government and the Ukraine militia called the National Parks and Wildlife Service. They've been going out shooting everything. Something moved, shoot it. And so we have all this about Australia. It has changed. It has changed forever. And I don't give a shit what anyone says. This country is never going to be the country that you grew up in, or that I grew up in. It's changed. It has changed forever.
Well, we've gone down an authoritarian path, and it's kind of broad spectrum too, because there's it's like almost the whole spectrum of politics, except for our friends in the Libertarian Party who are anti-government to a fault, and like John Ruddock fights the good fight in the New South Wales Parliament. I'll call out to John. There's no government power he's not going to stand up to, even the stuff that I would consider reasonable. But it's like speeding cameras. Everybody knows the vast majority of speeding cameras are there for revenue raising, but nobody is going to change it, because the minute some politician says, "Okay, we're going to get rid of those speeding cameras," he will be accused of putting road safety at risk, right? And they're not game to do that. And so if you can't reverse this stuff, you just keep going down and further down that path. Now, some of that is. And the other thing is, every time something goes wrong in Australia, you've got to have a law to stop it from ever happening again, right? And if you're not prepared to do that, then you're being soft on the problem, right? And it's just become habitual. The media play a role in it. The minute something comes up, they're looking for who's going to be the person to take up the issue, and the next thing you know, some law will be passed through Parliament, will be named after a person, right? So and so's law because of this issue. And I don't want to be cynical about all of it, but it's become habitual. Some of it is less consequential than others. When you there's a reason that you're supposed to learn about civics in education and the principles that undermine a democracy. In America, here's a bit of a theory I have, Mike. One of the reasons we know how corrupt America is because it actually has a written constitution with checks and balances that it has to adhere to, and it's actually probably the most transparent of countries. And that's why the corruption doesn't necessarily stop the corruption, but the corruption's obvious. In our systems that we've inherited from the British, where so much more gets done behind closed doors, right? We actually have a far less transparent system. But if you go back to the theory, you can learn, government theory, etc., and what went into the thinking behind the American Constitution. It was all about checks and balances. You constrain the power of government because that's how you keep the people free. And we've got that idea, that principle has become like unfashionable, right? And it's a real problem because, yes, I think government can do a lot and should do a lot, but a lot means build infrastructure and provide service for the people. That's what government should do, right? The rest is just getting out of control.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm very, very, very nervy about this country. And look at the calls that have come in. One from China, one from, who was the other one from? From the past, deep, dark Germany. And hang on, one second. Bibi, how the hell are you? You want to check too? Sorry. And next time I want to have a chat to you, my little observance. I want to have a chat to see how much influence Israel has in politics in this country, if you're up to it.
I'm up to it.
I'm sure you would be.
Let's just summarise it in one word: plenty.
Good on you. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go now. We're going to take our next guest, who's an amazing person. And just like you, Robbie Barwick, if somebody wants to find out more about what you do, how do they do that?
We are the Citizens Party, citizensparty.org.au. We have our show is called The Citizens Report on YouTube, Mike, and it'll stay that way. We did flirt with a new name for 1 week, and we changed our mind. I'm available on most social media in some variation of @Robbie Barwick.
We need to see you here because the weather is getting better, and we have lots of libation points around here and the beach.
We've got to hit that scotch together sometime. You keep tantalising me.
No, but you want me to share it.
I do.
I'm not going to share my scotch.
Then I'm not coming.
I'm a cheap, and I'll buy you one. I'll buy a really cheap one. All right.
Okay.
Good on you, Robbie. Robbie Barwick here, tight as they might say. This is the Pulse.
The king may rule over land and sea. The Lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsmen fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Our mission at Pets of the Homeless is really simple, and that's to keep vulnerable people and their pets together when they're going through a tough time. Back in 2015, Pets of the Homeless started with a 20-kilo bag of dog food, made it into small packs, put it in a suitcase, and it was just me walking down the streets of Melbourne. One woman on a mission to make a difference. I would share the story on social media.
We've just hit 100,000 meals distributed today.
And the community really responded positively, and it just grew from there.
My name is Kent, and this is Hippo. She's everything to me. She's such a good girl. I got her at a time when I wasn't very stable. I'd come out of prison, I was homeless, but as soon as I got her, I just realised, oh my God, I can't let this dog go. And she's just my best friend. Hippo had a canine equivalent of an ACL injury. I knew there was something really desperately wrong. It was agonising seeing her suffering. My caseworker put me in touch with Pets of the Homeless, and Yvonne said that they could help, and I was just so overjoyed. I wouldn't have been able to get through that medical incident without their help. Like, it just would have been impossible.
That bond between us and our pet is very important. And when someone is going through a really tough time in their life, that bond becomes even more important. And that's what we're trying to protect at Pets of the Homeless.
Who's that? Who's that?
My favourite quote is, I always wondered why somebody doesn't do something about that. Then I realised I was somebody. My intention wasn't to actually start a charity. It was to help. It was just putting one foot in front of another, and that's how we got to where we are today. We're now in a warehouse. We have about 150 volunteers. We provide on average about 60 to 70,000 meals every single month. We have a network of about 73 community partner organisations that we work with. We've also taken in hundreds of pets into our foster care program, and we've just reached 2.5 million meals distributed.
In the time that I've been volunteering with Pets of the Homeless, I've seen the community grow, numbers of volunteers, pet food packing, got a brand new van, and we can reach more community pantries and reach more people. The community, whether it's the volunteers who are packing the food, who are foster caring, they've got so much love to give.
I think Pets of the Homeless gives people hope. There can be a bit of judgment for people who are homeless and have a dog, but the reality is those dogs have got love and support, and it's so wonderful that Pets of the Homeless are able to help. It really makes a big difference in actual lives. It's really important work.
To the people who have supported Pets of the Homeless over the last 10 years, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's so many kind people out there, and I'm just grateful for all of them. The work that we need to do is so huge and the need is growing, and we can't do it without the support of our community.
And welcome back to the Pulse. James Freeman is in the green room. I can see him looking exceptionally gorgeous, as they would say. He's got top of his head's cut off. So James, if you're watching, if you could just shrink down a little bit, because it's we can't see the hairline. Or is that on purpose? Not too sure about that bit. We're going to talk to our guest, Jimmy, from WA. He is not available at the moment, so we'll do that in the next couple of days. In the meantime, though, I want to play a song. I think it's just absolutely stunning. We had the writer of the song in today, and the writer was very good, and she's a wonderful person. This is her song, and hopefully we can have more conversations with her too. Sue, this is just a beautiful track.
Tell my fool I kept on running. Tell my mirror I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye. Brumby hoofprints etched for generations in the snow. I've watched the foals become the mares, the stallions old and slow. Here in the snowy mountains where my life began, across hills, ridges and open plains my fellow Brumbies ran. I've led them through winter storms, drought and summer rain, but I can't outrun what follows now. Shield my family from this pain. My ancestors crossed the oceans, but I was born upon this land. These mountains are my birthplace, the Snowies are my clan. These mountains hold our memories, our family history. If home is where you're raised, then this is where we should be. Tell my foal I kept on running. Tell my mare I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye. Stay close beside me, little one. The thunder isn't rain. The sky itself is hunting us, and I cannot stop the pain. I gather those I love and turn to face the sound. Though every instinct tells me run, there's nowhere left for us now. These mountains hold our memories, our family history. If home is where you're raised, then this is where we should be. I fall upon the ground, thunder again and again. My heart grows quiet as bullets rain. I thought I had more seasons, more rivers left to roam, more sunrises with my Kosciuszko clan before the mountains called me home. Tell them I was born here, my grandfathers fought their wars. Remind them that this was our home, the snowy mountains were ours. Tell my foal I knew her fear. Tell my mare I her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye.
Rain and storms continue in the west, mostly settled elsewhere. G'day, David from the Bureau here with a look at the weather across the country for tomorrow, Friday, August 28th. Let's take a look at the national map to start with, and the main feature is this low pressure system down here in southeastern WA. That's been bringing showers, rain and storms across much of southern Western Australia this week, and tomorrow's the turn of the far southeast. Elsewhere in the country, a weak cold front clips Tasmania and southern Victoria during tomorrow, but the rest of the country will remain dry and settled under this large high pressure system. Let's go around the grounds now, starting with Queensland, where it will be mild to warm and sunny across the vast majority of the state. Just 1 or 2 showers about the exposed parts of the east coast, the typical areas, and temperatures generally ranging from the mid to high 20s in the south up to the low 30s in the north. That's a couple of degrees above the August average temperatures, but we are close to the end of the month, so we're about to click over into warmer September average temperatures. Brisbane, a mostly sunny top of 25 degrees. For New South Wales and the ACT, some morning fog and patchy frost inland, and then a mild and sunny day pretty much statewide. For Sydney, a sunny top of 20 degrees. For Canberra, a mostly sunny top of 17. In Victoria, some morning fog and frost in the north and then sunny there. In the south, cloud increasing through the day. There's 1 or 2 bands of showers moving across from the west later in the day. For Melbourne, a shower or 2 and a top of 17 degrees. Showers in the afternoon and early evening, and then most likely clearing up for the footy after 7:30. For Tasmania, some showers mainly in the early morning as that cold front crosses the state, and mainly in the west, remaining pretty much dry in the east. Hobart, a top of 15 degrees. A cloudy day, 1 or 2 showers around in the early morning, but a dry day overall. For South Australia, mild and sunny across the eastern half of the state, just a little bit of cloud and maybe a morning shower or 2 down around Mount Gambier. And then in the far west, some showers and a few thunderstorms way out west there. There is the risk of damaging winds with severe thunderstorms in the very far west of the state. For Adelaide, a sunny top of 21 degrees. For southern Western Australia, dry and partly cloudy through the very far southwest, including for Perth, Bunbury and Busselton. And then as you head further east, the wet weather kicks in around this low pressure system, which will be centred on the southeast of the state tomorrow. So parts of the wheat belt and then much of the goldfields and the interior districts and the southeast coast can expect 5 to 15 millimetres of rain again tomorrow, with some locally higher totals in thunderstorms. The risk of damaging winds in severe thunderstorms in the far east as well. And that system, that rain-bearing system, has been quite generous. It's brought rain right across southwest Western Australia through this week, from when it started out down in the southwest Capes late Tuesday and then gradually spreading east, bringing welcome rain to many areas. For Perth, mostly sunny top of 21 degrees tomorrow. And lastly, in the north, warm to hot and sunny conditions is the order of the day again across the north. Darwin, a sunny top of 34 degrees. That's all from us for now. If you need more information and the latest forecasts and warnings, you can always head to our website, our app and our social media channels. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. And he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively went and rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Maremma dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years. There's no excuse to keep on using a poison that is not humane and that we know is not humane.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at Instantpolls.online.
And welcome back to The Pulse and the Protagonists. Last week, Tony Greenstein was acquitted after a jury cleared him of inviting support for Hamas, a proscribed organisation in the UK. Now, thank God for juries. Tony was prosecuted over 3 posts he published on X on October 7th, 2023, none of which were dangerous. They were not inciting anything. Instead, the prosecution sought to make a political opinion criminal, make an example of a 70-year-old writer. For Tony, the toll of the 3-year ordeal has been harrowing, along with debanking, travel limits, media smear campaigns, and the threat of prison. Was this, along with other arrests of high-profile pro-Palestinian journos aimed at silencing dissenters? And what is the fate of other Palestinian activists? It's very plain that the climate in the UK is not a positive one for free speech and other civil liberties. I've got to welcome to our panel today Basil Valentine, Tony Greenstein, of course, the man of the moment, and also James Freeman. And nice to have some TNT people back. So clap, clap, thank you. First of all, Tony, just run us through briefly, summarise it, be succinct on the events and the found not guilty, Your Honour, verdict.
Yeah, well, I was arrested at my home in a dawn raid by about a dozen counter-terror police, December the 20th, 2023. And they told me it was for one tweet I'd posted a month before, and at 6:30 in the morning, I'm not in a position to really recall every single tweet. My only response was, "This is Orwellian." And they firmed it up. They went through my blog and they seized all my electronic equipment, of course. and then I was hauled before the court with an extremely hostile judge who removed, wouldn't allow virtually every bit of my evidence. It was a stitch up from the start. I was prosecuted under the Terrorism Act, 14 years maximum in prison. It needed the consent of the Attorney General, which he couldn't give. He had a conflict of interest because his family members serve in the Israeli army. So it went to the Solicitor General, Sarah Sackman, who was a dyed-in-the-wool Zionist, vice chair of the Jewish Labour Movement for 10 years, and had personally attacked me in an article 10 years previously. So we said, this is clearly, she is biased. The judge wouldn't have it, so he appealed to the Court of Appeal. And the Vice President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Edis, said no fair-minded person would possibly think that there was any bias involved. This was the surreal world that our judges live in. So on August the 18th, I was hauled up in court before a very hostile Judge Sarah Plashka, who is a Jewish Zionist from all accounts, and she did her best to try and secure a conviction. But I wasn't having any of it, and I openly defied her rulings, and I mentioned everything she didn't want me to mention. And I think the jury saw through that. And I decided my barrister can't take the final speech because he has professional guidelines and restrictions, and he won't do it. Barristers won't do it. So I took the final speech and appealed to the jury. And after just 2 hours, including a lunch break, they returned a unanimous not guilty verdict. So there you have it.
Very interesting indeed. Basil, what are your thoughts? And welcome too, by the way. We probably need your microphone off, Basil. That's the one that has turned me on. The microphone, that is.
Yeah, great to be back on the pulse, Mike. First of all, I mean, 10 counter-terrorism police officers to arrest a septuagenarian writer, absolutely ridiculous. This is indicative of the way Britain has been descending into an authoritarian state for some time. Same thing happened to Sarah Wilkinson, another pro-Palestinian journalist. In her case, the urn containing her mother's ashes was knocked over in the course of the police raid, and her mother's remains desecrated. Why on earth would it take 10 counter-terrorism police officers to arrest somebody over something they posted on X? I mean, if you were talking about genuine terrorists and there was the possibility of explosive materials, weapons, armed insurrectionists or something, well, then perhaps the case could be made for 10 police officers raiding somebody's home, but not when it's one older gentleman and it's for something that it just involved tapping on his phone or a keyboard. In that case, if the government want to continue with these ridiculous prosecutions, and I hope that Tony's case means that they won't, well, you could ask him just to simply appear at the police station, something like that. So, we have to ask what kind of intimidatory tactics are being employed here. Moving forward, it's great that Tony won, obviously. Let's hope it sets a precedent. This is the key thing. A lot of British law is governed by precedent. And, obviously it's going to vary from case to case, going into the minutiae of what people have said. But really, we mustn't have any more of these vexatious prosecutions for opposing genocide. But we'll come on to wider aspects of that later.
And James, love to welcome you too, also to the back to the TNT almost. Fingers crossed, who knows? But James, what are your thoughts on what has transpired?
Yeah, thanks for inviting us onto the Pulse, Mike. Great to be back. Look, things I think is really sliding in the UK. It's very, very worrying what's going on at the moment in terms of free speech, but tyrannical sort of overreach by government. And it's no irony that it was actually the Blair government, another Labour government, which brought in the Terrorism Act back in 2001. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? That people that are simply taking an opinion, a political opinion, are being arrested under the Terrorism Act. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's supposed to be for people that are trying to blow us up or take down our system of government. I mean, I would argue, to sort of turn it around, that ministers, UK ministers, should be prosecuted under the Terrorism Act. I mean, if you look at the all of this immigration and the people invading the country at the moment, and all of the rapes and attacks that are going on, the COVID injections. I mean, if you look at the definition of what terrorism is under the Act, serious violence against a person creates serious risk to the health and safety of the public or a section of the public. And then Section 3 of that is for the purposes of advancing a political, religious or ideological cause. I would argue all of that fits to decisions that ministers are taking in government. And I just, it really is worrying. We've seen the likes of this going on in Canada, Australia. It seems to be all Five Eyes countries where this is going on. And it is very concerning, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think it's ramping up in this country. We have it's all over the government website, well, not all over it, but you can find it quite easily. That 2030 thing is going to be a lot different than they are now, which we were talking about in the days of TNT, led by you and Basil, of course. All you wanted was a wooden spoon. The government would have given you that in no time. So I appreciate what you did then. Tony, tell me, do you think you were made an example of, and which I think you were? Why would they do that? What was the example to be made of?
Yes. Can I just first say, in response to James, that I don't accept the terminology or the idea that Britain is being invaded by immigrants. This is a bogey used to distract people's attention from the much wider problems in society. The transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, the attack on benefits and all the rest of it. Immigrants and migrants come to this country because we go to their countries. It's no accident that refugees are from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, all the places we wage war. And as long as we wage war in the Middle East, we will bear the consequences.
Can I do you mind, Tony, if I just butt in and just give my response to that? I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, the Iraq war, nobody wanted that in this country, and it definitely has impacted, that sort of made people want to come to this country. But there's no denying that the government and, the wider globalist agenda is to bring people in from cultures which they know are not, don't align with ours. They know that these people are going to, well, I mean, they're putting over 1,000 men in these camps, right? Young men, no women at all. They know what's going to happen when they do that. So I get what you're saying, and but these people are not refugees. They're not fleeing wars, and our government is doing this on purpose, rightly, like you said, because they want to disrupt. They want to create confusion, but they also want to, part of that confusion is creating violence here in the UK. Thank you for letting me butt in there, Tony.
Yeah, well, I don't agree. When my grandparents came to this country, much the same was said, because of course the men came first and the women and children came after. So there is really no difference. And I've looked at the parliamentary record of the debates in the early 20th century, and the same things were being said then that are being said now. It's a complete distraction. Refugees should be allowed to work from day one. that would get over keeping people in camps. There are real problems in society. I mean, global warming for one, the use of fossil fuel. I mean, there are a multiplicity of problems, not least the growth of billionaires when people are getting poorer. And of course, now we have the Iran war and all the consequences of that. So I just don't accept, and I really don't think we should even talk about invasion. These are human beings. They're not waging war on us. And as for cultures, well, I defy you to say what a British culture is, because culture has always changed, because Britain is a land of immigrants. It doesn't have a unique culture, fortunately. And I think the culture we have is enriched by those who come in. But to go back to your point, the original question, yes, I mean, I was singled out. There were 9 individual complaints by Zionists about my tweets, which were supporting October the 7th. I never made any bones about the fact that Palestinians have the right to resist when it's their country which has been invaded, and that is an invasion, the Zionist invasion, and all they've suffered. But what I said was, that doesn't mean I support Hamas, because politically I don't support Hamas. But I support their right to resist, and Hamas were part of that resistance. And that's what got the backs up of the Zionists, who made all the complaints of the police. And of course the police acted as their messenger boys. And then at the trial they tried to prove that I was a supporter of Hamas. So I pointed to all the blogs I'd written. But then the judge said they couldn't go into the jury bundle. I have no idea why or what her rationale was, but she was a typical specimen of the vicious, sneering judge of old. I mean, the caricature of a judge. And I determined on a very simple policy. I would ignore what she said. When she interrupted, I barked back. So she soon shut up. And then I took the closing speech. And she'd warned me before that she would intervene. So I pointed out that the Guide to Legal Practice, Archbold, which goes back to the early 19th century, specifically says a judge should not intervene. If she's got something to say, she should wait till the summing up. So for 50 minutes, and it was 20 minutes longer than I planned, I addressed the jury and said, well, I'm in your hands, but here's the precedents. Do we value free speech or do we not? And I quoted various judges and jurists and people like Benjamin Franklin, who said if you want to destroy the liberty of a nation, you destroy the freeness of speech. And I quoted Orwell and others. And as I say, it was really record time when I was taken unawares. The jury's back. I mean, I thought, what? And then the judge, before the jury issued its verdict, she said she'd previously invited the prosecution to initiate contempt of court proceedings, and they declined. So she said, on reflection, I have decided not to, because these were just the ramblings of a sad old man. I think the sad bit is my invention, but an old man. So I thought, because she then said, I don't believe it had any effect on the verdict. So I thought, oh God, maybe they have found me guilty after all. Because usually when you have a quick verdict, it's not guilty, but not always. So I listened with bated breath, and they were asked the foreman, what, have you reached a verdict? And if so, what is it? And not guilty, he said in quite clear terms. And boy, that was a relief, you know, when you're looking at 14 years imprisonment, these things matter.
Basil, what's your thoughts? Because I can see
I want to know. I want to know if Tony walked up and down delivering his closing
No, I
speech.
had a plinth. I would have liked to have done the old Perry Mason, if you remember him.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's what I was picturing.
Not quite that. I was semi-reading from a speech. It's the first time I've ever done that, because I do usually speak off the cuff, but I thought I have to make sure I don't forget anything and have a script and keep to it. But the reason it was longer than I thought was because I did ad-lib throughout, so I'm waiting for the transcript because it differs from the speech. I can't remember all of the things I said and so on, but no, I didn't walk up and down, but I looked at the jury and could see that they were melting and warming to what I said. And the judge, I could also see, was quietly fuming. So she wanted to intervene, but I think she felt that if she did, it would look even worse with the jury, given her machinations throughout the trial. So, yeah, I mean, it came out well. As you say, thank God for the jury, because the jury is the only independent element in the British Constitution. Judges they consider themselves independent, but they're about as independent as a dog on a leash. They have 2 or 3 inches room, but they don't stray from the mainstream executive line. And that's the reality.
On a serious note, just yesterday, the Trump administration has declared Palestine Action a global terrorist group, which is absolutely extraordinary. And they've done so because the UK Labour Friends of Israel governments that we currently have given them license to do so. One of the first things Andy, I get it, Burnham should have done was to immediately reverse the prescription of Palestine Action, which has become completely absurd. I know you've had a run-in with the law through your activities with Palestine Action, Tony. I was at one of the big protests in September when hundreds of people were arrested for simply sitting on the grass in Parliament Square holding signs, including the Reverend Sue Parfitt, who's well into her 80s. But it doesn't really matter how old you are or what you do for a living. The conflation of support for a direct action group with terrorism is scurrilous, is the only way to put it. But what it does is it speaks to the strength of the Israel lobby in the UK, because it's they who were pushing for this. There were numerous documented meetings between representatives of Elbit Systems, one of the biggest Israeli arms manufacturers based here in the UK, and government ministers. And it's very clear that the government were pressured into going along with this prescription. Indeed, there were also meetings between Israeli officials talking about the problem of Palestine Action and what could be done about it. So, given that Britain actually has an obligation under the Geneva Conventions to prevent genocide and has been doing quite the opposite, has actually been enabling it, we've ended up in a truly inverted world. And in your country, Mike, I've just seen that the Egyptian comedian Bassem Youssef who's a particularly adept critic of Israel. He's been barred from entering the country, but 40 Israeli army soldiers are being allowed to run in the upcoming marathon, many of whom may be war criminals.
Yeah,
what on earth is going on?
Well, they're doing that because if they weren't allowed in, they wouldn't be able to spy on Australians. So it obviously makes a lot of sense to know what you mean by that, Basil. That's another panel, actually. You want to see how powerful the Israel, or Netanyahu, or Israel is.
Well, I've been following the Gillian Siegel's so-called anti-Semitism inquiry in the States and it's absolutely ludicrous what's being said. I mean, there are a few sensible voices, but for the most part, it just doubling down on this endless conflation of criticism of what the Jewish anti-Zionist Chaim Brashith called the militarized vampire of Israel, with the wider Jewish community. And yet, as we all know, more and more Jewish people are turning against Israel, particularly in the diaspora. I mean, Tony, you're at the forefront of this. Corporate media simply does not acknowledge the existence of Jewish anti-Zionists, let alone give them any platform.
We here we have, if you want to see how powerful the Israel lobby is, or Israel is, if you look at the One Nation, which is the party that's come a bit like Reform, cross between Nigel and Trump. So you have the next Stephen King horror movie coming out with those two playing the combined Trump and Farage. But if you look at Pauline Hanson, who's the front runner there, she has banned one media and replaced it with her almost official media, and it's Rebel Media and Rebel News, and the person that is covering it is a guy called Avi Yemeni, who I refer to as Avi Yemeni. And he is an ex-IDF soldier, very pro-Israel, and he's the one that has access to Pauline Hanson more than anybody else. And you can move forward and you can see where I'm taking this. Then you look at the Labor Party and look at the official opposition being the LNP. They're all controlled by a particular country, but that's another conversation. Otherwise, we'll be here forever, and then I'll have to slash my wrist because it's very depressing. And as you've said before, we do need TNT back for those very reasons, but who knows? I want to go back to Tony for a second. The use of terror law is quite terrifying, to say the least. In your case, you got the whole lot of everything. You got your banking, travel limits, all that sort of warm, friendly outreach from the government and your justice system. Tell us about that and what you really couldn't do.
Well, the bail restrictions were minimal. It was not much I couldn't do, but there was a systematic attack on my banking. I'd been with Nationwide over a quarter of a century, and they said it was regulatory reasons they were closing my accounts, but wouldn't give any reasons, because if you tip off someone who's laundering money, then the bank itself gets heavy penalties, including imprisonment. The same happened with First Direct Bank. I'd been with them 33 years. 3 years less than the actual bank itself had been in existence. HSBC closed a joint account with my wife, and then Santander presently has frozen my accounts, that of a charity I run, and associated accounts. And one savings bank, Kent Reliance, again froze our money, though fortunately we got them to close the account so we could put the money where it was safer. So there's been a systematic attack on banking, and it's not so much the physical restrictions, it's the fact you have something looming over you for nearly 3 years. It means you can't plan, because you can't be certain of the verdict. So I couldn't plan anything after August the 18th. And of course it weighs on your mind. Naturally, you can't help but think about it. I buried myself in activity and in honing a speech that I would deliver. That was my firm and fixed intention, and nothing my barrister or solicitor said would change my mind, because I knew I could say what they couldn't say. So that was really the sum total of it. If I can comment about the wider Israel lobby and so on, I think there's a great mistake. It is a great mistake to imagine that British policy or Australian policy or whatever United States is because of a powerful Israel lobby. Because you have to ask, where does that lobby get its power? And the history in Britain with the Balfour Declaration, etc., was that the British government, Christian Zionists, forced Zionism on British Jews, and the same throughout the world. Israel is seen as a strategic asset, and in the words of Biden, if Israel didn't exist, it would have to be created. Israel is the rabid attack dog of US and Western imperialism, and we must get the relationship right, because otherwise we imagine our governments will follow a different path. We know the United States is on the war path. Cuba, Venezuela, trade war with Canada, you name it. Imperialism is a pretty nasty beast, and Israel is simply part of that. The US could reign in Israel tomorrow if it wanted, but it's quite happy for Israel to intimidate its neighbours. That is the real problem. It's a problem of imperialism, not just Israel. Israel is a manifestation, a nasty little state which has to go. No problem with that. But Christian Zionism predated Jewish Zionism by 4 centuries. It was part of the Reformation almost. The idea that Jews should return back to Palestine, which was an anti-Semitic idea because it assumed they didn't belong in the first place. So I really do think we should get away from the Israel lobby. When it's called out, its power can wither away. Like in America now, with that election in Michigan, it was defeated, and it can be defeated. It may seem powerful, but when confronted, its power can wither away. But we should. I mean, Trump bans Palestine Action not because of the Israel lobby. The same reason he's banned TEVA, which barely exists, and Palestine Action doesn't exist as an international phenomenon either. Why? Because it's a threat to the arms industry and the lobbyists and all of that, the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower identified. So I just think we have to get these things right and not upside down.
Just, James, I'd like to have your views on what Tony has just said, but just to mention the lobby and Pauline Hanson, her very dear friend is her dear friend.
I don't know who. Sorry, I don't know who Pauline Hanson.
Pauline Hanson's One Nation. She leads One Nation in Australia, and and has like 31 or 32% of the of support. And James, just looking at what one of her dear friends, who's I won't mention her name because she sues everybody, has suggested that Australia make available at no charge a very large chunk of land so they can make their bombs here. And again, Basil, you can see where I'm going there. And I won't mention her name because she sues everybody, and I'm not going to be sued. I've had enough of that. Actually, I haven't been sued by anyone for a long time. Must change it, I think. James, what do you think about now? And I know that you have grave doubts about the future of the UK as it stands, and I bet you'd love to hop on a plane and head off to Tahiti or somewhere.
Well, firstly, I mean, it's no secret that the Israeli lobby is huge, isn't it? I mean, AIPAC in the States, the amount of money, and of course, Israel is the only foreign country that is allowed to lobby politicians directly in the US with money and all of that. So there's no question about the power of the Israeli lobby. One thing I do want to say though, and because obviously this whole story is about the overreach of government using terrorism laws, but there's also another really important story here, particularly with the UK, and that's about jury trials. That was the first thing I thought when I saw Tony's success in the court, that it was a jury that found him not guilty. And of course, this Labour government has already had one attempt at trying to remove juries from all but the most serious cases. And I'm assuming, I mean, I don't know, it's not my area of expertise, but I'm assuming that they would include terrorism laws under this. So thank God for jury trials. I mean, it's an ancient right that goes all the way back 800 years to the Magna Carta here in the UK, and the Labour government wants to get rid of them. And you can see why, because, what Tony's talked about in terms of the judge's approach, her refusal to allow certain evidence to go through, and basically just trying to stitch the whole thing up. Imagine if there was no jury and it was just decided. I think the plan was to have the judge and another judge, both paid for by the government, so not biased at all, deliberating and judging and actually, you know, coming to the conclusion whether he's guilty or not. I think it was, you know, I think it's obvious how this trial would have gone if we'd not had a jury. So thank God for juries. And I'm hoping that Burnham now, they haven't said anything on this, but it's been quietly sort of put to the side. But I'm hoping that that's just dropped now. But we'll see. We'll see.
Basil, what do you think?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, jury trials, as Tony said, are the only genuinely independent element of the entire British Constitution, and they can deliver verdicts which are very awkward for the government. It remains to be seen whether they take this one on the chin, as they should do, and drop the trials of some, I think it's up to 3,500 activists now due to be prosecuted, you know, for holding up signs saying they oppose genocide, they support Palestine action, because there's no reason why. I saw somebody saying only last week, I think it might have been David Miller, if you take a random sample of 12 citizens in Britain, at least 3 or 4 of them are going to find somebody not guilty of anything to do with terrorism for holding up a piece of paper in support of a direct action group and opposing what has been the worst deliberately engineered humanitarian catastrophe in my lifetime. I mean, the problem with all this is as well that all the oxygen in the room gets taken up with trials like Tony's, with things that should never have happened in the first place. And what we are stopped from centering is the suffering of the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza, where conditions have been very deliberately and intensively engineered to be as hellish as possible. Children are being murdered on a daily basis. It's months since any hostages were returned. I mean, Israel apologists were saying, oh, just return the hostages, it'll all stop. Well, there's been a so-called ceasefire in place for months, but Israel is just simply addicted to murdering people. Ben Gvir said he thinks they ought to just cull the population by 30 or 40 indiscriminately every day. I mean, this is absolutely maniacal stuff, and this is where our attention should be focused. And unfortunately, it isn't. We're here talking about a trial that should never have happened in the first place. What we should be doing is talking about how we can dismantle the apparatus diplomatically and militarily that is enabling Israel to inflict so much suffering and misery, seemingly with alacrity, on the beleaguered population of Gaza. I mean, they've even come out this week and said that they'll bomb anybody flying a kite. Now, flying kites is a long-standing Palestinian tradition. It represents freedom in the air, at least, even if there isn't any on the ground. And because a couple of kites became detached and strayed out of the designated kill zone, the cage in which Palestinians are being kept, the homicidal psychopath Israel Katz said, all right, no more of that. You know, this is what we should be focusing on, rather than the specious nonsense dreamt up by the British government. So they've got to drop all these Palestine action trials because it's a complete waste of time and money. It's an abuse of the judicial system. It's completely anti-British, and I'm sure even Tony and James would agree that it's completely anti-British. And it's going to result in a total farce, because you might get the odd jury convicting people, but you'll get far more juries not doing so.
I have to interrupt and tell you, they will not get a jury trial. because they'd been tried under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act in a magistrate's court, maximum 6 months imprisonment, not Section 12 as I was charged. So they're never going to see a jury.
Right. Well, I don't know the state of the bench these days, the beaks as they used to be called. But what I have seen is invitations for just about anybody to become a magistrate. Adverts online, you know, if you've got some spare time, become a magistrate. It used to be something that people did, you know, retired headmasters and, you know, the supposedly wiser old heads. But I think these days they'll take just about anybody because they're so short of magistrates. So it'll be a total lottery what you get, you know, who you get as your magistrate.
Can I ask you, Tony, are you able to get compensation from this inconvenience?
It is highly likely that I am going to initiate proceedings against the CPS or the Crown for a malicious prosecution, wrongful arrest, and whatever other else I can claim. I'm already doing it for one arrest because I was arrested in October 2024 for comparing Israel to Nazi Germany, and I've just been arrested again. I mean, I was arrested earlier this year for having a sign globalising intifada, so I already have solicitors onto it, so I will be asking them to initiate proceedings because I've got quite a lot to claim anyway. They stole my equipment, and all they returned it. Computers 3 years old aren't worth much, and I had to replace the equipment. So I mean, there will be a bill, and I intend to pursue it because it has to be done to make it more difficult and more expensive for them next time. So yes, this will no doubt drag on for a couple of years at least, I guess.
James, the Burnham Andy announced in July 26 that the government is considering reversing plans to remove jury trials for crimes carrying sentences of under 3 years. Do you think that will happen? What's the short time as it is, but a huge impact? What's your thoughts on the difference between Starmer and Burnham?
I don't think there's a lot of difference, to be honest with you. He's come in trying to give the impression that, I mean, he's using the same tactics as Starmer did to get elected in the first place in the general election, which is just saying, well, we're going to change. That word, you know, if you listen to his speeches, the amount of times he uses the word change, and you know, all of the things that he's talked about since he's come in have been really, really petty little things. You know, when, you know, it's like, well, the Titanic's sinking, isn't it? And he's moving around the deck chairs, talking about things like the cap, raising the cap on bus fares, which, you know, they made a massive thing on that, which it was Labour that put the cap up in the first place, and they've just brought it back down. Then I think they took the VAT off energy, which is about £45 a year, somewhere in that vicinity. So, you know, and he's not really talked much about the issues that the country is worried about. I mean, the constant gaslighting, because, you know, he talks about cost of living all of the time, and yet it is actually government policy that is having a massive effect. You know, obviously there's external factors to do with the Iran war and, you know, fuel prices and all that. But energy costs here, you know, they're the highest in the world, in the Western world. And a lot of that is to do with basically hidden taxes, net zero taxes. He said that he would consider dropping the jury trial, but then he's not said anything since. I mean, you know, the last time I was on with you, Mike, I did predict that they're going to try and call a general election. It'll all come down to polling, but I think that's the plan. They want to call a general election this autumn and get another 5 years term. I think if, you know, God forbid, if that happens, it'll all just come back. They're just parking it for the moment, you know. So the fact that he hasn't actually, he's just said, well, I'll consider dropping it. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, does it? And
No.
he's not mentioned it since. I don't think there is a lot of difference between. I mean, look, you know, they've changed the front head, the figure, the leader, but it's all the same criminals that are in the cabinet. You know, we've got. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. You know, we've got a minister that was in charge of corruption that has now got an arrest warrant put out for her by Interpol because she committed fraud in another country across the world. We've had a housing minister that dodged a tax on. I mean, you know, it goes on and on and on. And all of these people that were in the Starmer government that have made such a mess of things over the past couple of years, well, they're all back. So I think that's your answer, really. There is no difference. And I think that Burnham wants to give the impression that this is a different government. But if they win that general election, then that'll be it. It'll be double Starmer. They'll be double down on everything that Starmer did, and it'll be a lot worse. So, so yeah.
What do you think, Basil? I'm a bit surprised that there will be an election this early from Andy. How do you think, I mean, first of all, do you think there will be an election from Andy? And who will win? Will it be Andy or Nige?
Well, it's the first I've heard of it. James keeps his ear very close to the political ground. So, you know, you may be right. I was very surprised when Rishi Sunak went to the country when he did, because it was quite obvious the Tories were going to lose and lose badly. You know, although people from outside Parliament can say Burnham has no mandate, while he's got a majority of hundreds of MPs, then it isn't really in his interests to go to the country, although he may want to exploit the so-called Burnham bounce. What you're looking at really is a situation akin to a long-running West End play where after a couple of years, one or two of the actors are changed, but the play carries on. You know, they just refresh the cast. So the script is completely unchanged. You just get a different voice, different face delivering the words, because that certainly seems to be the case with Burnham. I haven't detected any meaningful policy shifts. With respect to the Middle East, there are murmurings that he's going to sanction the illegally occupied territories in the West Bank because, of course, the E1 settlement block expansion will finally lay to rest the myth of the two-state solution, which is the fig leaf that the British government and European governments, theoretically, I think still the United States government, although that's a moot point, that's the fig leaf that they cling to in terms of their sort of so-called long-term peace process. So, you know, that won't go anywhere near doing what's required. That'll all be completely ignored by the Tel Aviv regime. You can bet on that. So we're really, in terms of any meaningful difference, to go back to my metaphor of the West End play, the new actor might project some of the lines differently, but they're going to be the same lines. You might put the inflection in a sentence in a different place, and its facial expressions may be different, but apart from that, there'll be no change.
Tony, what do you think?
I don't know whether there will be a general election. My intuition is there won't be, but I honestly don't know. What I do know is that Labour Together put Starmer in, and Labour Together took him out and put Burnham in. So the only real difference is that there's a change of face, and that Burnham is a remotely human being, whereas Starmer really gave the appearance of being a human robot, and his time was up because it was clear that every reset he had made no difference because his policies remain the same. I agree with both speakers. I mean, there's no change of policy. He's talked about jury trials, juries not being abolished, but there's been no firm commitment. I suspect that the policies, the proposals of Lamy are dead because they are remarkably unpopular. People like juries. Why shouldn't you? Because it means that the common person has a say in the justice system. So they're hated by judges, of course, and they're hated by politicians who want to see their opponents locked up. But they are the lamp that lights the liberty, as it were. Without it, we will be a much darker place. So we're going to have to fight. I might add, if there is an election, I don't think Burnham will get a majority. And
So
therefore,
are you saying Nigel might be the next Prime Minister?
no, I'm not saying that. I think Nigel has blown it. He's been seen to be corrupt, taking £5 million and not being able to explain it away. And now the proposals to abolish disability benefits. It's quite clear they're a party of the right and the party of the rich billionaires that support them. So I think reform has got in serious trouble because politically it's really no more than a right-wing Tory party.
So what, Rupert then? Rupert will be Prime Minister?
No. He's dead.
You got to have someone.
Well,
Wilson, is he still alive?
Well, it may well be that Burnham will forge a coalition. I think there will be no overall majority. That's what I mean. It's quite likely Burnham will emerge as leader of the largest party because Kemi Badenoch also doesn't seem to have made much progress. The Tory party is fighting with reform over many constituencies. So it could be a Liberal pact. It's quite possible.
Interesting. James, we are running out of time too. We got about 3 minutes left. James, I know that you had pasted all over your bedroom, ceiling and everything to the Nigel, and then he disappointed. And you can see on your ceiling just the sticky tape marks you had. But so just quickly, who do you think we prime, if there is that election, who will be Prime Minister?
I've got to agree with Tony. I think Nigel has pretty much blown it, really. He's divided. He's helped to divide the right. That's the problem. One of Nigel Farage's flaws is that he tends to fall out with people, and it becomes quite acrimonious. There's lots of examples. I mean, it wasn't actually him that set up the Brexit Party. It was I forget her name now, but she. There was a lady that set it up and they fell out and she's now gunning for him. But when he does fall out with people, it does end up bad, like Rupert Lowe. I mean, Restore now are looking at sort of 8 to 10%. Then you've got the Tories. So the right is totally divided at the moment. I think the reason I predict that Labour are certainly going to try and call a general election, whether they do will depend on the polling, is because of these factors. I mean, Nigel Farage's still got to face the Standards Committee over this 5 million. There might be another by-election. All distractions for him and reform. You've got Restore, which have got the backing of Elon Musk, which are growing, and Kemi Badenoch's doing quite well. So for Labour's point of view, I think this is the best time because things are only going to get worse in the UK with the economy and everything else. So waiting till 2029, I just think it won't wash. And the other thing is, Burnham, clearly Labour want to make some big changes in the country. They haven't got a mandate for all the stuff that they jury trials that came out of nowhere. Digital ID, they don't have a mandate for any of this. So they definitely want to go to the country. Whether they do or not, I think will depend on what the polling says in the autumn. But that's my prediction: is that before the year end, unless it looks like they're definitely going to lose, I think we'll see a general election this year.
And Basil, who will be Prime Minister?
Well, I'd have to concur. It's most likely to be honest Andy Burnham, the man of the people. Farage has blown it. I mean, that sort of circus that he put together in Clarendon a few weeks ago, resigning his seat and then winning the by-election, where a man with a dustbin on his head, stood, in the run-up, people think, he had a chance of beating him. He got 9 Count Binface got 9,000 votes. But on a serious note, James is right with the right split three ways, and talk of alliances between Reform and the Tories, between Reform and Restore, but none of them coming to fruition, not just because of personal animosity, but also fundamental ideological differences. Then before 2029, when some of those might be resolved and there might be alliances, you might as well go to the country with the right-wing vote split three ways, because then Labour could possibly even get as many seats as they've got now, or even with a third of the vote. You know, even if he doesn't improve on Starmer's decidedly tepid vote. What we're in danger of, I just want to make this final point though, is the rewriting of political history, because Jeremy Corbyn in both 2017 and 2019 got far more votes. More people put an X in the box next to the Labour candidate than they did for Keir Starmer. Yet when Starmer made his resignation speech, he made some really disgraceful remarks about having inherited a Labour Party in disarray and all that. And, you know, just as Margaret Thatcher would have lost the 1983 election if it hadn't been for the Falklands War, we end up with history being rewritten by the winners. And that's very dangerous.
We just got a call. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, okay, I'll let them know. We had a call from ITV. Bradley Walsh is willing to give up his chair for Nigel. I've always said that Nigel is a game show host in the waiting, and I'm sure that's going to happen. Because truly, I think Nigel is just Nigel is terrible. You guys aren't. I have to appreciate. I appreciate it very much and say thank you, Basil Valentine. If somebody wants to find out more about you, besides at the Horsies. And you're also on, what's it called? I forgot, UK Column. That's right. Sorry about that.
That's right. I'll be on UK Column tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And I hope that Tony might be joining me. I'm going to give you a ring after the show, Tony, if you can.
Okay.
Much shorter segment, just 10 minutes tomorrow lunchtime of your precious time would be most appreciated.
Yeah. And what about, this is a booking, this is called the new booking show for the next show. And Basil, and what about a Facebook, or you're on X, or?
No, I'm not. I don't have a public profile on social media, and it's probably just as well, because I get very angry. My Twitter account was permanently suspended after.
So was mine. So was mine.
Ilon Levy, the former Israeli spokesman, objected to something I said. So
they can't take a joke, can they? They can't take a joke. Tony, if somebody wants to find out more about you, how do they do that?
Go to my blogs, TonyGreenstein.com or azvsas.blogs.com. But just Google me, you'll find a way.
We will indeed. And they will too. And James Freeman, where can they find you?
Just head over to X or Facebook and it's just James Freeman. And can I just say, Tony, what a hero you are to many people in the country for being so brave and standing up to the judicial system the way you have. So yeah, thank you from everybody in the country really for doing what you did.
Basil Valentine, legend. Tony Greenstein, another legend, and James Freeman, biggest legend of them all. Thank you so much for your time. Rock on, TNT. Thank you. This has been The Protagonist.
G'day everyone, welcome to the Pulse News Talk, and this is the Stephen Tripp Show, and believe it or not, my name is Stephen Tripp. This is the first journey that I'm on this show. It's going to be very, very exciting, so thank you for joining me on this Trip as we do something a little bit different. I've been podcasting for 4 years. I'm the host of Commanding the Narrative, but this is going to be my first venture into this more TV radio format. So big thank you to Mike, Ryan and Jenny from The Pulse for giving me this opportunity, and hopefully it is well worth having me on the show and leading in for Mike. Now, I'm also the president of Australians for Better Government, which hopefully I'll get an opportunity to talk about on this platform because it's very important what we're doing at ABG, and I'm also the vice president of Let's Rethink Renewables, which hopefully we'll be talking about today. We've got some great guests on. Firstly, we'll have Councillor Adam Zara from Campbelltown City Council. He joined me on a tour up to the Gympie region, Wide Bay area and South Burnett in Queensland. So we're going to be talking to Councillor Zara, and also Emma Bowman, who's a fifth generation farmer out in Dunnington. She's going to be talking about the Bush Summit that's out in Dubbo this week. So it's going to be a great show. But before we get to all of that, I want to talk to you all about the importance of independent media. And I guess that's what we're here for, to promote independent media here in this country, in Australia. And I think the mainstream media has really failed us over the last few years. Media has become very partisan. It's definitely not unbiased as it used to be, and there's no fair reporting happening as it used to happen. And a clear example of that was recently when Anthony Fauci was in Senate hearings in the US Congress. And we all know, or you should know, when he was being questioned on the COVID pandemic, which is very important to everyone. It impacted everyone, no matter your stance on the response to COVID. Really, Australia took direction from Anthony Fauci and his department. He pleaded the fifth, which means he refused to answer 111 times. Now, you'd think that would be a major, major story. And you would think that it would be covered by our leading broadcaster here in Australia, the ABC, but unfortunately, no, it wasn't. When I checked the ABC the morning after it happened here in Australia, I had to scroll down the list. I counted almost about 36 stories that were ahead of the Anthony Fauci story. Now, some of the stories that were ahead of it really took my interest. The first one was rare snails thought to be extinct settle into new home on Norfolk Island. Now, obviously, that is way more important than what happened with Anthony Fauci in the Congress. And the other story that was ahead of it was book returned to New South Wales Library 150 years after being borrowed. We're paying for this, the ABC. Billions of dollars are going towards the ABC, and the ABC should be reporting media or reporting news which is important to all of us. And what other news could be more important than what happened with Anthony Fauci in the Congress? I mean, as I said, the whole direction of COVID was led by this man. Australia took advice from the US and advice from his edicts, and the response to COVID was basically led by him. Remember, he said, if you don't trust me, you don't trust the science. Well, this man refused to answer questions in the Congress, and the ABC was very reluctant to report it. So I guess that's what we're trying to do here on the Pulse News Talk, is report news as best we can. There's a lot of issues, particularly in rural Australia, that needs addressing, and the rollout of renewable energy is probably a good example of that. But also the economy. What I'm seeing in the economy at the moment is really raising alarm bells. I go on social media now, and I don't know if it's just the analytics or the algorithms just feeding me what I want to see, because I'm interested in this sort of stuff. But what I'm seeing now is not just journalists and politicians talking about the economy, but it's also financial planners, it's also real estate agents, and it's also small business owners, which has really surprised me, because normally they're focused on just getting business done. But now I'm seeing a lot of anger from business owners talking about how much they're getting taxed and how they can't get the same margins that they used to when conducting businesses. I saw a plumber the other day, which really surprised me. He was swearing and carrying on, obviously very angry about how the economy is being run. So that's a huge news story that hopefully we'll cover more here on the Stephen Tripp Show. But we've got a great guest coming on now after the break. You're listening to the Pulse News Talk and the Stephen Tripp Show. So on my first outing, I didn't want to get a huge guest in case we had some technical difficulties. But in a big way, this is a huge guest for me. Councillor Adam Zara has been on this journey with me all the way back to when we were One Nation candidates in 2022. He ran for the federal seat of Macarthur and achieved a very respectable and impressive result. And I have not seen anyone campaign better on the ground than Councillor Adam Zara, and that's why I reached out to him at the time and we developed a friendship. We formed the podcast, The Ex-Candidates, which eventually evolved into Commanding the Narrative, and I guess that's why I've been led to this show here through that experience. But he's also gone in a different path. He was the candidate for Campbelltown in the 2023 state election. He, again, achieved a great result against a very difficult candidate or a member of Parliament in Greg Warren, a good sitting member. But in 2024, he was elected to Campbelltown City Council on his own as an independent, which is a fantastic result. He's also a family man and a small business owner, so I thought I'd have a chat with him. Councillor, how you going, mate?
G'day, Stephen. How you going, mate?
Very well, thank you. Now, you joined me up in Gympie on the weekend, or 2 weekends ago now. We toured a lot of areas around there, around the Wide Bay area and the South Burnett. We saw the impacts of renewable energy projects, just like we'd done previously when we went out to Dunedoo and Dubbo and those areas as well. So you're a councillor in Campbelltown. What is a councillor from Campbelltown doing up in Queensland looking at renewable projects and talking to locals? Why is that important to you?
Well, I think it's very important because I need to understand the impact that the people of different areas are facing, because the people of small cities like Campbelltown, or pretty big cities next to Sydney, but we're pretty big, but urban cities, the people just flick the lights on. They don't think about where the energy comes from. They don't think about the consequences of what this net zero and green energy supposedly is causing. So I wanted to experience it firsthand, and that's why we went to Dunedoo, and that's why I went up to Gympie and all that kind of stuff up there. I just thought it's important to see it as firsthand, because I'm actually against net zero, and I've campaigned on net zero since the very start, and, you know, for good reason.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I mean, one of the things that you said when you were out in those areas on the weekend was that this renewable rollout is not worth the squeeze. What do you mean by that? And what is your main opposition to these renewable projects?
Yeah, so the juice ain't worth the squeeze. That's like just a regular saying, right? So what happens is the amount of energy, the amount of effort it takes to build these wind towers and these solar panels and turn them into factories to produce energy, they don't produce enough power for the amount of devastation that it causes the land and how irreparable the land becomes. I was just doing some quick numbers, and, you know, you have 550 to 850 cubic meters of concrete in footings for wind towers. Okay? No one's digging that up. No one's blowing that. No one's going to get that out of the ground. So once a wind tower fails and they can't reuse that same footing, they're just going to move it to the next spot and pour that amount of concrete in. We all know concrete's not green. So that's one thing that, you know, it just bewilders me why we're doing this kind of these kind of rollouts. You know, we need hectares and hectares and hectares of these things just to produce minimal energy. So you know, that's why the juice ain't worth the squeeze. You know, we're not getting enough return out of our investment.
So look, I mean, we spoke to locals, and I guess that's the main reason why we were there. And we heard some harrowing stories about what they're having to face. And these are stoic people, strong people. What were some of the stories that really resonated with you when you were speaking to locals?
Look, I think the biggest story that resonated with me was when we were at Kingaroy, and the lady's name has slipped my mind, but she had a wind tower less than 2 kilometres away from her house. It was about 1.8 kilometres away. And when the wind turns a certain direction, the tower actually faces the wind, obviously. And during the day, she's getting a strobe light effect through her house. So, or imagine having that line of darkness go through your house every couple of, like not even every couple of seconds. It's like 3 propellers going through the sun, making a shadow line travel through your house. That's during the day. At nighttime, when you have this massive red light that's really bright to stop aircraft from hitting them, if it's facing your house, you get a red strobe light effect at nighttime. Not to mention, it sounds like a jet in the distance, so it's like a continual noise when the wind's when the actual propellers are spinning. Okay, and when it does adjust to certain angles, the mechanical noise is quite loud. So you imagine in the bush, and not the desert, sorry, the bush, where they're growing cattle and it's silent at night, and it's quite dark, it's pitch black out there, and you have these horrible intrusions at night and in day. When do you get the peace? That was really, and you know, the tear in their eyes, and you know, you hear the stories from the farmers, from the big strong men. I mean, like, we're nothing, like, these guys are huge, they work on the farm, they battle the elements, and they're just devastated about like, you know, from what this is doing to their towns, their townships, their communities. It's just, again, juice ain't worth the squeeze. I don't know why we're doing this. I asked the question, actually, that would you prefer, if over the hill there, would you prefer to have a nuclear power plant? And they said yes, we would rather a nuclear power plant.
Look, you're a sole or a lone Conservative voice in the council. That's a big. I mean, the Liberals screwed up their applications, so no Liberals are in Campbelltown City Council. You're surrounded by Labor, the Greens, Sustainable Australia, you know, parties like that with their green ideology that comes along with it. What would you, when you go back to council, what message are you going to send to them about what you witnessed, not only just when you went out to Dunedoo and Coolah and Dubbo in New South Wales, but what you've now seen, a very similar situation to what you've seen in Queensland? I'm sure your fellow councillors are not travelling out to these areas to see these projects like you have been. What can you relay to them, and do you think they'll listen?
Well, I called them out on my social media page. Sustainable Australia Party and the Greens. Look, Campbelltown has a little bit different issues to out in the bush. You know, I don't imagine a wind tower or solar panel farm. You know, we're going to get batteries and data centers put into our lots of land, which I'm going to probably fight and contest as well. I don't see the value of them. But my message to them is that we can't build a road that needs to be built where, you know, 30 people die almost every year, or Appin Road has a ridiculous stat of deaths, and we're been trying to build this road. Not just myself, but many people have been trying to build this road over the years. And the amount of stuff we have to do for a koala, and God love those little creatures. We all love koalas, don't get me wrong, and we have disease-free koalas in Campbelltown. But the amount of hoops that you have to jump through to put a damn road in that's going to save people's lives over a koala, okay, compared to the devastation that these things cause and how many animals these things kill. I mean, you got a clear-cut hectares upon hectares. You know, we looked at a solar farm. I think it was at I've got the note here, Woolgoora. Woolgara or something, right? And you know, Woolooga. Sorry, I mean these names. I mean these names are hectic. But I was going to say, so Woolooga Solar Farm. You know, 5 kilometers that way, 5 kilometers that way, for a lifespan of, you know, a few years. Heaven forbid there's no rain or hail or something that damages these solar panels. You know, the amount of toxins that they leach into the ground, how much they got to clear cut, that you can't have sheep graze. Well, you can have sheep graze under them, but the sheep are useless because you can't even sell them after you graze them there because of the toxins in the ground after the leaching from the solar panels. Yeah, so I would say, you know, what's good for one is not good for another. Why do we devastate hectares and hectares of land when for literally 2.6 kilometre footprint, we could put a nuclear power station that's going to run for 50 to 80 years with constant baseload energy using materials that we have in the ground in Australia, providing reliable, cheap energy over obviously intermittent and fragile energy sources.
Mate, does it frustrate you being in council? I mean, you're in the out, you know, Western Sydney, but you're still within Sydney. Yeah. And I'm in the Northern Beaches where I'm surrounded by teals, and they're always talking about the virtues of renewable energy. But none of these politicians in the city areas want this stuff in their own backyard. I always talk about how Zali Steggall used to have on her website, she's deleted it now, that she does not support wind turbines along Warringah's beachfront. So these politicians in the city want this policy, but they want to push it out on rural communities. Does that frustrate you, being from Sydney? I mean, they don't want solar panels. I mean, you think you put solar panels on all the rooftops in Sydney if you really wanted this technology to work. You'd think you'd want wind turbines close to the source of where the power is needed. But why are we building it on pristine farmland?
Well, I just don't think the politicians actually know where food comes from. I think they just go to the shop and go, I'll have 2 kilos of rump and I'll have 2 kilos of this and I'll have some fruit and veg. They don't realise that 3.5 hours out of Brisbane, you've got your food table there that's feeding everyone in Australia. Not to mention like Wagga and all those other places when we were up there, and Dunedoo, right, and the farmland, all the cattle that they grow, all the vegetables and stuff that get grown. Where do they think it comes from? You know, well and good to turn your power on or your light on and have light and plug your iPhone in, but we got to eat. What's more important?
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
What's your feeling? I mean, look, the debate has moved to the energy side of things, and we talk about how renewables are just not going to work. I mean, look at the Snowy Hydro 2. They have to forge ahead with the Snowy Hydro 2 despite the cost blowouts because it's a big, massive battery, and they need that battery. 50%. AEMO says that would come from, battery storage that would come from the Snowy Hydro 2. So if that project were to fail, the whole net zero rollout fails as well. That's how fragile net zero is, and we talk about the intermittent energy and what have you. But we used to have reliable baseload energy in this country. How do you feel about that? I know you just mentioned nuclear. What about coal? I know in previous podcasts I've had you on, you said you'd probably feel comfortable having a coal plant in Campbelltown or even a nuclear plant in Campbelltown. I mean, do you still hold that view?
Absolutely, I hold that view. Okay, we visited a coal-fired power station. How serene was it? It was quiet. Yeah. There was the plumes of steam that come out of the chimneys. It's only steam from water being evaporated. It's clean. Okay, if anything, it puts moisture into the air and creates probably rainfall in the end. So, look, I'm all for that stance. Coal, we need coal. Okay, get coal happening. We need to reinvest in the coal infrastructure. And I think that we need to look into the future, and the future is traversing into or transferring into nuclear. And we all know this. We know these, small modular nuclear power plants. You can literally put one right next to the coal-fired power station and plug it straight into the lines, okay? And we don't need to rebuild or reinvest in any sort of infrastructure. We don't need to rewire Australia, okay? And what gets me as well, okay, is when you're talking about, power, okay, why the wind, it's so intermittent that it causes strain on the network, okay? When you're using baseload energy that's constant and you can run it at full tilt, okay, it's a nice steady stream of flow into the network. So when it's flowing steadily into the network, you don't have to back it up. Okay, that's the problem. So what happens is during the day, you have your sun going and you might have a bit of wind and it's dumping all this energy into the network, okay? But then what happens is they have to turn everything else down, and that's what drives the price up for your energy. So these things, and I mean, I'm interested as a councillor because it affects the people of Campbelltown because we're paying so much for energy and running our businesses. I mean, we're the blue-collar backbone of Sydney, and it's costing a fortune just to do anything these days. So obviously the government is on the wrong path. Take a step back, Albanese and the Labor government. Take a step back and go, we've made a mistake. No one's going to hate you for it. If you go, we've made a mistake, we've invested billions upon billions of dollars into this thing and it's not working, I tell you what we're going to do. We'll stop it right here. We'll backtrack on it. We'll invest in nuclear. We'll get our coal-fired power stations going properly again, because lack of investment from the government into coal fire stopped maintenance on these things. So no wonder why they're breaking down.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just a big stuff up on behalf of the Australian people. We're footing the bill, and and we're now starting to feel the squeeze. I mean, that's how strong Australia's energy network was.
Look, mate, you would know this, that most of what the government does is based on ideology, not common sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the situation that we've got in this country. But you, particularly, I want to talk about you in council because you campaigned on a common sense platform and a back to basics platform. You were elected as an independent. Now, when you were up in Gympie, you spoke about your experiences as an independent, and you pitched the idea, which is your idea, and Australians for Better Government has adopted this, that all councillors should be independent and political parties should be banned from council, but also political parties should be banned from the Senate and also upper houses throughout the state parliaments as well. Yes. How did you come to that view, and why did you come to that view?
I came to that view because in council, we deal with the small issues that really affect the people directly. Okay, like we had an issue at Campbelltown Hospital. It's a 12-hour waiting. It's a 12-hour wait to get seen by a doctor in emergency. So heaven forbid you're dying because you're just probably going to cark it in the seat there. Okay, there's no privacy. There's don't go to, basically don't go to Campbelltown Hospital. And our performance has dropped from 74% down to 24%. So what happened to the 50% performance baseline? Where did that go? Okay, so I wanted to put that through. I wanted answers from the health minister. And because of it's a Labor government, Labor health minister, that got vetoed and blocked and it was stopped, okay? And I felt that would have benefited everyone of the area of Campbelltown. Find out what's going on with the hospital, maybe shine a bit of light on it, and maybe they could do something to cut those waiting times down and fix the infrastructure a little bit. Health's very important. But because of the ideology of Labor and they all tow the boat and whatever it is, okay, so what happened, tow the party line? They blocked it. So that didn't help the people of Campbelltown. That means that an independent trying to do something for Campbelltown, and because they don't like me because I'm one nation, okay, that was completely blocked and stopped. So then the people missed out. Whereas if you get rid of that, if you get rid of the parties and have independence, then they can make, don't worry, we all come up with stupid ideas and they should be blocked. But some ideas that are going to help everyone and going to be good, right? Independence would then make a moral vote more than a party vote. And I think that's why it's so important in local council. With Senate and things like that, House of Review, you don't want morals, and you want morals, obviously your baseline values, but you don't want party values. Parties are the crooked system in Senate. So House of Review needs to look at everything that's put forward from the lower house, brought up, and then looked at it from clear eyes, without that party kind of focus. Okay, so the laws and legislation gets made obviously down in the lower house, and then in the upper house it gets reviewed by a group of independents who really have the country at heart, not so much the party at heart. And then what happens is, I think that would lead to a better Australia. Yes, I think it would be a bit slower, and there'd have to be things that we might need to tweak. I mean, it's just an idea. I think it's a good idea, and it needs to be reformed. Yeah.
I agree with you, mate. I mean, people would understand why you would need political parties in the lower house and the House of Representatives, and also the legislative assemblies in the states, because you need a party to form government. But in the Senate, there's no reason for political parties. The legislation that's coming into the Senate should be based on the senators should be reviewing that legislation based on the merits of that legislation, not their party affiliation. And in council, it's the same situation. And I know recently you actually tested your fellow councillors. You put forward a motion that you just assumed would be automatically accepted by all councillors. Can you tell us about that and what happened when you moved that motion?
Yeah, so that was for the family and domestic violence issues that we have in Campbelltown and across the nation anyway, okay? And I thought, well, we voted for a family and domestic violence task force, which I'm now part of, which is great. I was invited to go into that one, so I am. But I thought, you know what, we could get some little signage done, like no bigger than the stop sign, so a no stopping sign or something like that. We could plant them along in different areas in the Campbelltown, obviously have a look around and see what the ideal areas were. And it would have basic information: 1-800-RESPECT, 000, and a what do you call it, QR code, which you could scan on your phone, and it would take you to the help that you need. Okay, and it's very important because the violence is getting worse, and we need to try to tackle this. Everyone thought it was a great idea, and we could have voted on it then and there, right? But in the end, it was put forward to move it to the task force. Okay, and we put it to the task force, and then we'll see what happens with the task force. I'm going to the task force. I'm fighting for it. I think it's really important. But I feel, I guess what happens is, my opinions, not council-based, but my opinions are that, that should have just been accepted, put through. We should have done we could have done a council report on it and had those installed. We could be making them, putting them in right now, except now it's got to go to the task force. It's going to go through all the rigmarole. And guess what? Little independent doesn't get to put his name on it, which I don't care about anyway. That's why I didn't contest it. That's why I didn't fight it. I just wanted the motion to go through. And that was the quickest way I could see that it was going to get through without any arguments or fighting, because it's not about me and it's not about my name. It is about getting help to the people who need it and the vulnerable. But I just think it should have been put through, and there shouldn't have been really no request to make a modification to that.
Yep.
To that policy.
Mate, I just want to congratulate you for everything that you do. I know you're a small business owner. We didn't talk about that and the pressures that you're under as a small business owner, but you work 7 days a week, long hours. Sometimes you sleep in your factory because you just work non-stop.
Right there, I sleep right there on the floor.
But you're also fitting in council activities and also travelling up to Gympie and Queensland and to see things up close so you can be better informed about policy. So if people are impressed by you, and they should be impressed by you, how do they follow you on social media?
Yeah, I'm basically on Facebook, Adam Zara. It's an independent Facebook. I really don't have the address. I'm terrible with that. But just look up Adam Zara, and you'll find me. You can't miss the bald head and the beard. Okay, so I'm all over Google, and you should be able to find me there. Okay, you can look me up at Campbelltown Council, and you can contact me on my phone numbers and stuff like that from there, and you can email me as well. But I would also quickly like to congratulate you, Stephen, because you know what, mate, you campaign hard, you work hard, and you've gone it alone. Okay, you've started, Australia's for Better Government, and you're working really hard to try and make Australia different. You're inspiring to me, and you should be inspiring to all the people. And congratulations on this big venture. The Pulse is lucky to have you, and I'm glad that they've taken you on board. And we'll make sure that you're, and I'll support you as best as I can all the way through, mate.
Awesome, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it. Congratulations to you as well for being the first guest on the Stephen Tripp Show on the Pulse, mate. We'll talk very, very soon. Thank you so much. You are watching the Pulse News today.
The king may rule over land and sea. The Lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Welcome back to the Stephen Tripp Show on the Pulse News Talk. I like that little jingle that they've got for me. I don't mind that. I don't know what it reminds me of. I'll have to think about it, but I quite like it. Now, our next guest, Emma Bowman, is a fifth-generation mixed farmer out in Dunedoo. And from all accounts from people that know Emma, and I know Emma, she's very well respected, but we all know she's not to be messed with. I don't want to ever get on the bad side of Emma because I think I will have hell to pay. But she's also a committee member of Property Rights Australia, and she's been very outspoken about the rollout of renewable energy in her area within the Central West Orana, which is a renewable energy zone that covers 20,000 square kilometres of that area. I mean, some countries are that size. So it's a lot of people don't realise what's going out in her area, and she's been a big voice trying to inform people in the cities. So let's bring her on the show. Emma, good to see you again.
Hi, Stephen. How are you going?
We're good. I'm good, thank you. And we've got a little bit of rain here in Sydney. How are you guys going out in Dunedoo? Are you getting any rain at the moment?
So it is actually raining today. It's not a heap of rain, but it's always good for us. We had a very late start to the season, so we had a pretty rough start to the year, but it did turn around in about May. So we do have some crops in, and it's very green. And if it keeps raining, the season should go with us. So we've been very lucky.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now, tomorrow and Thursday, you've got the BOSCH Summit out in Dubbo. And someone actually sent me the schedule or the run sheet for the summit, and I was surprised. I mean, there's your normal collection of politicians, and Anthony Albanese supposedly is going to be there. We'll see if that happens. Barnaby Joyce, Angus Taylor, Chris Minns, also Peter Malinowskis, from the Premier of South Australia, is going to come up for it. But what really surprised me was there was a whole host of journalists. I mean, you would think that you might want to hear from a couple of journalists, but not a whole collection of them. I mean, I would think that the journalists would want to be sitting there listening, not doing the talking. And you've also got heads of the Farmers Federation and also this Invasive Species Council that is an incorporated association. It's not a council at all. It's not government affiliated at all. I don't know why they get a run. But are you disappointed that there weren't more everyday farmers represented at the BOSCH Summit and telling their stories?
Definitely, Stephen, and I think that seems to be the disappointing thing to me most of the time, is that politicians come and see us and want to talk at us, when to me it should be flipped on its head, and they should be listening to what's going on here and what they can do to help us. And I think that's a big mistake on their part, and that's why things are going to shit.
Well, let's host our own BOSCH Summit now. Hopefully more people watch this than the BOSCH Summit. I don't know about that, but we'll see. What are some of the challenges that you're facing out in your community currently? Because it's not just the rollout of net zero that you're dealing with. You're dealing with a whole host of issues at the moment, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the rapid transition to renewable energy is definitely a huge one on the list for my region, and obviously the other 4 reses in the state that are currently rolling out, and a lot of people outside of reses that are dealing with renewable energy projects, whether it be solar, wind, pumped hydro. Batteries have become a huge thing recently, and data centers are the next on the way, and that is really scary. I haven't gone down the data center rabbit hole yet, but you know, a lot of the things that you hear about data centers is their water use, and that's something that we cannot afford to risk. You know, that's something that we rely on every single day here, and if we risk that, we are in big trouble. And then we've got pest animal issues, feral pigs, all of that sort of stuff. And then you've got the government coming out saying that if farmers don't get involved in feral pig eradication programs that the government is rolling out, that they will be fined. We've got the gun laws. We've got big water issues, generally speaking, Murray-Darling Basin Authority and all of that sort of rubbish. And just the general bureaucracy of everything now. You know, you nearly have to sign a form or sign your life away before you go and do anything. And it's just creating red tape, paperwork for us, when we should be out doing the things that actually feed and clothe people.
Well, that's some of the feedback that we heard when we were up in Queensland, as I spoke to Adam Zara about when we were up in Wide Bay and the South Burnett and the Gympie regions. They weren't completely against renewable energy, and they're saying, well, look, we're farmers, we don't want to whinge, we're not whingers, but we are facing very serious issues, and a lot of the consequences from the renewable projects are what really impact these property owners and farmers, particularly water usage, but also getting other things like gravel and things that these big projects that are happening in the construction phase are taking away from the community. It's interesting. You really do face big water issues, and a whole host of legislation that's stopping you from using the water as you should, but also these projects that are coming along as well. When you mentioned data centres, that was interesting to me. Why would they be building data centres out in Dubbo and the Central West Arana when you'd think you'd want them as close to the cities as possible? That's a very quizzical thing that you mentioned there.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? But what we have been told, and obviously none of this is set in stone, but because of the new, I think it's a rapid planning process that they're planning on putting data centres through, it has something, it's a tie-up with renewable energy projects. So if X amount of the power that you are using for your data centre comes from renewables, you get through the planning process in 75 days or something like that. So to me, it just screams that they are going to put more renewable energy projects out here. And to me, it makes sense that the data centres go near them rather than trying to transmit that power. But maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it seems to me.
And I mean, we were just talking before about the rural areas being underrepresented. But do you have any say in this? I mean, is this stuff is just really just pushed out on your areas, and there's no way of stopping it, is there?
Look, most of the landowners that are signing up for renewable energy projects are doing so voluntarily. So that is a choice. I see that. Transmission lines, you don't get a choice because they can compulsorily acquire the easement to do that over your property, whether you like it or not. But what is making it really difficult is when landowners feel like they're between a rock and a hard place, that they're told that if you don't sign up for this project or, you don't get on board, you will get nothing and you will get all of the detrimental impacts that people are worried about as being a neighbour or in close vicinity to any of these projects. So people feel like they're between a rock and a hard place. And when you're facing drought or hugely increasing input costs, farming's not that easy. So people are just packing up and walking away or signing on the dotted line and saying, well, that's our retirement fund, or they just feel like they can't put up another fight. And in this region, we've been through a fair few fights in the last 10 years. There was the Sir Ivan bushfire, then there was a huge drought, then there was a mouse plague. Like, every now and then, there are people that just cannot do it anymore. And I was born with a hell of a lot of mongrel in me, and I'm lucky that I have that. But there are a lot of people that don't have the fight left in them. And so they're either willing to just go, well, it's just easier to say yes and we'll leave, or, that's our income. We won't do anything else. So there's a whole raft of things that go into it. So essentially, the government is probably right when they're saying that most of this is not being forced on us. But as neighbours and people that are farming in the district where a lot of this is happening, I don't have a say because my neighbours can do what they want to with their land.
Yeah, and some of these wind turbines that we saw, they're 180 metres high. Some of the ones that are planned are 280 metres high. So, yeah, okay, if one of your neighbours signs up for it, I mean, I guess it is their land, but it does also impact your property as well. And, I mean, if I wanted to build another story on my house here in the Northern Beaches, I'd have to go through a planning approval stage, and actually it would go to my neighbours and they could push back against it, and they could cancel that project and say, no, it's going to block our view or what have you. I mean, we spoke to landowners out in the South Burnett region, and not just the noise. I think people are starting to hear more and more about the noise of the wind turbines and not being able to sleep at night, but it's also this flicker. So as the wind turbine turns, it creates a shadow that's a flicker. And even with the blinds closed, even with your eyes closed, you can still see this flicker, and it's keeping people awake. They're not getting adequate sleep. We saw some of it, and it's really imposing. So it's not just people that are agreeing to it on their land, but there's also implications for neighbours as well. So I mean, why is that not being taken in consideration? Like, if a neighbour pushes back against a project, why does it forge ahead?
Well, it seems to me, Stephen, so we do have a chance through the EIS process to have our say, but all of the impacts that we have brought up so far as neighbouring or landowners in the region that are concerned about so many things, whether it be water, whether it be shadow flicker, whether it be the noise, whether it be the traffic, all of those things, the Department of Planning is calling the impacts to us negligible or insignificant.
Yeah, because they don't have to live out there.
Well, that's exactly right. But you can't tell them that. They can come out here and go, oh, well, your scenic amenity is very low. And I don't know how you get through to them that what we look at here every day is beautiful, and we are so lucky, and that is why some of us have always been here, and that is why some people move here. But as a migraine sufferer, shadow flicker scares the hell out of me, because I think that will deteriorate my quality of life. And there are so many other people that suffer from, that probably didn't suffer from anything at first. And I've seen videos of people saying that they actually thought they'd gone mad until they found someone else that was having the same impacts from wind turbine noise and shadow flicker as they were.
Yeah.
So it's wild what this is going to do to people in I don't know how long. And as they roll more of it out, there will be more people that have issues because of it.
Yeah, and to think, I mean, these people move out to these areas to get away from all this stuff, to get away from people. Maybe they do have those sorts of issues that you mentioned, and they can't live in cities, and they've moved out to these pristine locations. I mean, they're wonderful. It's beautiful land out there. It's not the desert. I always tell the story about how I was standing on a polling booth in the Pittwater by-election and talking to a TO, and I said, well, how do you feel about the environmental impacts of these projects that you're proposing? And he said, oh, don't worry about it. It's all being built out in the desert. Well, that's not what we saw. We saw pristine farmland that these projects are being built on. But I mean, we could talk about this stuff all day. I want to talk to you about the BOSCH Summit, because there's a demonstration being organised. What do you know about the demonstration? What is the message that the people that will be demonstrating, what message do they want to send?
Well, I think basically it's just a message to all of our politicians to say that the renewables rollout is reckless, and that we are not happy with it happening here, and that they should rethink it. I think even if the consultation was genuine about, firstly, the reses being declared, because I don't know anyone that knew about the reses before they were declared in this region. So I would suggest most of the others are the same. So if the consultation was genuine and we were being asked about how this should look and what we wanted, there may have been a different story that came out of this. But we have been forced to just take whatever we've been given or whatever has been planned for us. And I think it's basically just, it's time for them to listen to us rather than us listening to them and what they want to do with us.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking about this when I saw the politicians that are going to be involved. I saw the name Chris Minns, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I haven't seen a photo of him with an Akuba on anywhere. I don't know how much time he spent out in these rural communities. He's the Premier of New South Wales. I mean, he can't spend all his time in the inner west of Sydney or down in Rockdale, but do you think that these politicians, and I mentioned them before, Anthony Albanese, Chris Minns, Peter Malinauskas, I mean, I guess he's outside his state, but also Barnaby Joyce and Angus Taylor, do you think they'll spend any time speaking to locals, maybe doing a tour of some of the projects that are already underway and that have been constructed? Do you think they'll spend any time speaking with any of you?
I can categorically say that Anthony Albanese won't. If he does turn up, he'll go in a back door and go out the other back door so that no one can find him. That's what he did in Tamworth a couple of years ago.
Yeah, right.
Chris Minns, it would be lovely if he would front a few people and just say, righto, what's your issue? I know that landowners from the New England Res have been trying to get Chris Minns to meet with them. Even they said they'd go to Sydney and he won't have a bar of that. Barnaby Joyce has been pretty good in the past. I would be surprised if Barnaby doesn't spend a bit of time out with people, saying Matt Canavan, Pauline Hanson. I would be surprised if they don't front the crowd and give them a little bit of time. Yeah, it will be interesting to see though, won't it?
I'll be interested. I mean, I'm not really interested in what they've got to say. As you said, they should be doing more listening than talking. So there's massive issues that you guys are facing, and as I said before, you feel completely underrepresented and not listened to. I mean, why do you need a bush summit out in Dubbo where you're dictated to by politicians and journalists? It should be the other way around.
That's exactly right, Stephen. And interestingly, the Bush Summit used to, last year even, there were 6 events around all different states in this country. This year it has changed to the National Bush Summit over 2 days in Dubbo, and apparently the News Corp journalists did a road trip before this. But I don't know, is this the Labor government saying, oh, well, we can't do 6 events because, you know, people aren't happy with us, we'll just have to front up to one and hope that keeps them quiet? I don't know. I don't know the reasoning behind it, and I'm pretty sure they're probably not going to tell us that. But the Labor governments have been very good at hiding from rural and regional people because of what they're doing to us.
Yeah, definitely. Now, while I've got you on the show, I want to talk to you about gun laws. What can you tell us about that? Because I guess people living in the cities would think, well, why do you need 4 guns? And for people that don't know, the situation in New South Wales is that Premier Minns has announced that there's going to be a buyback scheme, whereas if you have over 4 guns, you will need to, I guess, turn those in. Now, me being here in the Northern Beaches, I don't need 4 guns. I am a gun owner, but I definitely don't need 4. But for you in a rural area, can you explain why you might need more than 4 guns and why it's necessary for use on your land?
So as a primary producer, we can actually, under the new laws, we will be able to have 10.
Oh, okay. Good.
Which is lovely and very generous of them. But what they don't understand is that there is a different gun for nearly each different purpose. And I am a gun owner out of necessity, not because I love guns.
Yeah.
You know, there are times that I either need to protect my stock by euthanizing pest animals, or that I need to put an animal, whether it be a sheep or a cow, out of its misery because, you know, they can break legs and there are things that we cannot fix. So the kindest thing to do is euthanize an animal quickly and humanely. So you cannot use the same gun for every single purpose. And like I said, I use guns out of necessity, and I don't have a great big range, but I do know people that have a different gun for each purpose, and they do use them for that. And that is out of necessity to protect our livestock and to euthanize them humanely when something does go terribly wrong. And, you know, you can try all you like to not let anything go bad, but with animals, you can't stop something bad happening.
You're also involved with Property Rights Australia. Can you tell us about that group? Because I know a good friend of mine, Jim Wilmot's also a member of that group. What are you hoping to achieve with Property Rights Australia, and how can people follow what you're doing?
So Property Rights Australia was established in 2003, basically just what the name says, to protect private property rights, because the founders could see the erosion of our private property rights through, whether it be through government legislation, just the erosion of them was becoming obvious. So they founded the organisation in 2003. I've been on the board for probably nearly 12 months now. I am actually the vice chair. You're right, Jim Wilmot is on the board as well. We have a very, very passionate board of people that would like to see the turnaround of government to look to protect private property rights again. You know, so it's all the same things we've spoken about: the rollout of renewables, the gun laws, the native vegetation laws, all of those things are eroding our private property rights. So I jumped on board in an attempt to, because I was looking for a group that would represent farmers proactively and effectively. So that is where we are looking to go, because I'm sick of seeing lobby groups, farmer organisations that, say they're for farmers, but actually just end up doing whatever the politicians need them to do to keep them happy.
Look, Emma, thank you so much for everything that you do and for being a voice for rural communities, because when we were out in Queensland, one of the comments that I did hear someone say was that a lot of landowners don't want this stuff out in their communities, but they're not willing to speak up and speak out against it. So we need people like yourself with strong voices, sensible voices, to get out there with the courage that you've got and the mongrel that you've got, as you said before. So thank you very much. And thank you for joining me on the first edition of the Stephen Tripp Show. If people want to follow anything that you do, or even Property Rights Australia, is there any way that they can do that? I know you've got a very good newsletter. What's the best way that people can keep up to date with what you're doing?
So Property Rights Australia has a very active Facebook page as well. If you just search for Property Rights Australia on Facebook, you will find it. The people that do the Facebook page are excellent. There is the website as well, and you can have a look on there, and you can become a member online as well. So yeah, keep an eye on that.
Yep. No, I'd encourage everyone to do that. Thank you, Emma. Thank you so much. It's good to speak to you again. We'll have you on very, very soon. But for now, you're listening to the Pulse News Talk.
The king may rule over land and sea. The Lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Welcome back to the Stephen Tripp Show on the Pulse News Talk. Now, quickly, just to finish up, I want to let you know about a press release that Australians for Better government put out just yesterday. Head to australiansforbetter.com or head to our social media page, our Facebook page or X, to read that press release. But it related to John Ruddick, the Honourable John Ruddick in the New South Wales Parliament, grilling Premier Chris Minns recently and really calling for a plebiscite on free speech, on whether New South Wales wants free speech, and also views on immigration and multicultural policy. So check out that press release. It's very, very important. But up next, we've got Mike Ryan. Now, Mike has got a big show today, and I'm sure you all love tuning into what Mike is doing. It's going to be very, very informative. I'm going to be watching it as I log off here today, but I hope you've all enjoyed the Stephen Tripp Show. Hopefully, you'll be back again next week at 3 p.m. and you'll join me on this journey. But for now, we'll see you next time. You are listening to the Pulse News Talk.
No animals were harmed in the making of this program. However, we did injure a receptionist and a technician. Sorry. Today's News Talk, The Pulse.
Rain and storms continue in the west, mostly settled elsewhere. G'day, David from the Bureau here with a look at the weather across the country for tomorrow, Friday, August 28th. Let's take a look at the national map to start with, and the main feature is this low pressure system down here in southeastern WA. That's been bringing showers, rain and storms across much of southern Western Australia this week, and tomorrow's the turn of the far southeast. Elsewhere in the country, a weak cold front clips Tasmania and southern Victoria during tomorrow, but the rest of the country will remain dry and settled under this large high pressure system. Let's go around the grounds now, starting with Queensland, where it will be mild to warm and sunny across the vast majority of the state. Just one or two showers about the exposed parts of the east coast, the typical areas, and temperatures generally ranging from the mid to high 20s in the south up to the low 30s in the north. That's a couple of degrees above the August average temperatures, but we are close to the end of the month, so we're about to click over into warmer September average temperatures. Brisbane, a mostly sunny top of 25 degrees. For New South Wales and the ACT, some morning fog and patchy frost inland, and then a mild and sunny day pretty much statewide. For Sydney, a sunny top of 20 degrees. For Canberra, a mostly sunny top of 17. In Victoria, some morning fog and frost in the north and then sunny there. In the south, cloud increasing through the day. There's one or two bands of showers moving across from the west later in the day. For Melbourne, a shower or two and a top of 17 degrees. Showers in the afternoon and early evening, and then most likely clearing up for the footy after 7:30. For Tasmania, some showers mainly in the early morning as that cold front crosses the state, and mainly in the west, remaining pretty much dry in the east. Hobart, a top of 15 degrees. A cloudy day, one or two showers around in the early morning, but a dry day overall. For South Australia, mild and sunny across the eastern half of the state, just a little bit of cloud and maybe a morning shower or two down around Mount Gambier. And then in the far west, some showers and a few thunderstorms way out west there. There is the risk of damaging winds with severe thunderstorms in the very far west of the state. For Adelaide, a sunny top of 21 degrees. For southern Western Australia, dry and partly cloudy through the very far southwest, including for Perth, Bunbury and Busselton. And then as you head further east, the wet weather kicks in around this low pressure system, which will be centred on the southeast of the state tomorrow. So parts of the wheat belt and then much of the goldfields and the interior districts and the southeast coast can expect 5 to 15 millimetres of rain again tomorrow, with some locally higher totals in thunderstorms. The risk of damaging winds in severe thunderstorms in the far east as well. And that system, that rain-bearing system, has been quite generous. It's brought rain right across southwest Western Australia through this week, from when it started out down in the southwest Capes late Tuesday and then gradually spreading east, bringing welcome rain to many areas. For Perth, mostly sunny top of 21 degrees tomorrow. And lastly, in the north, warm to hot and sunny conditions is the order of the day again across the north. Darwin, a sunny top of 34 degrees. That's all from us for now. If you need more information and the latest forecasts and warnings, you can always head to our website, our app and our social media channels. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.